I have a very special guest with me today. We all know when Atul Subhash passed, how big of a movement men's rights became in India. Times of India declared that men's rights movement is mainstream now, but there was one man that kept popping up everywhere. Every time I looked at a news article involving Atul Subhash, there was a person sitting right next to him. I looked at some videos where, again, I could see the same person here again. Some interviews took place by ANI, and again, the same pattern. A lot of people don't know who he is, but he showed up everywhere. You can see him in People Against Patriarchy summit here with his brother. And then there were nationwide protests everywhere, like you could see from Delhi to Pune to Mumbai to Bangalore. And every time you look at a board, you see a same sign again and again. It says Save Indian Family Foundation. You might be wondering what this is. So I decided to invite the person who mostly works in the background, but he has raised the largest men's rights movement ever in the history of India. His name is Anil Murty. This is the co-founder of Save Indian Family Foundation. As per my knowledge, this is the oldest, most OG men's rights activist you're looking at in India. So Anil, welcome to the stream.
Thanks, Mick.
I have a very important question to start with, Anil.
Right.
How did you succeed in lasting so long? Because if I remember, if you look at, for example, my screen here. Okay, so
Right.
this is, I think, Earl Silverman. Okay, Earl tried to start a domestic violence shelter for men a long time ago, and he didn't last long. Okay,
I know him. I know him. I was in some message boards and email chains where Earl was one of them. So we were 20 international MRS and Earl Silverman was one of them. I know him.
so what did you do different? Because if you know about Earl's story, for people who don't know, Earl tried to start something on his own to help men who are suffering from domestic violence. He tried for many years, and he didn't get a single cent of funding from the government. He went from TV show to TV show begging for money. Not a single cent was given to him. And there came a time where the man ran out of all of his savings, which he was spending to save the victims, and he ended up becoming one of them, right? He went to save victims of self-delete. He ended up self-deleting in the end, sending a message, leaving a note that maybe my death will create a need for the government to support him. So Anil, what I want to ask you is that, what is it that you did so differently, that you created this huge men's rights movement and you succeeded without any government support? What was the difference?
Well, I must say that I relate so much to what Earl Silverman did in terms of, because if you look for an article called Safe House for Battered Men in Bangalore Mirror, I also created a domestic violence shelter in India for men by renting my apartment. So I would answer that one big factor, what is different is luck. Luck. Okay, so things can go wrong for anybody. Any men's activist who is taking real responsibility, they can really, it's likely the path that unfortunately where Earl Silverman ended up, that can happen to potentially any men's activist. Okay, and so that's a big part. The other part is like Earl was older than us. He was like, when he committed suicide, he was like 67 or something like that. So he was a older generation man. So obviously they were disadvantaged with much lesser social media reach, or it was pre-social media era, and the sensitivity was much lower. Okay, so the sacrifices that men made of that generation were much higher. The person who started is, is no more with us. He passed away, I think, in a heart attack on a road in Bangalore in 2017, and he was in 50s. He was in 50s. So just imagine, he was not even 60. So he was like 10 years older than me, 10, 15 years older than me at that time. So the life of a real men's activist is very, very difficult. Till now, of course, I have seen very top level men's activists, let's say, taking to alcoholism, or or very kinds of difficulties, health wise or finances and all.
So, what made you, like, when did you start? Like, nobody knows your story. Can you tell us a little bit about,
Right.
because you're like a mysterious person. You work in the background. All we see is
Right.
this, really large protest, but you create them, right? You're like the architect behind them.
Right.
A lot of the media coverage that happens, it happens because you work in the background to make it happen. So what's your
Right.
story? When did you start this? Why did you start it? Like, what was, the reason where you said, oh, I want to give up my life and focus on helping, thousands and thousands of men, even if it means, it possibly degrades your life. You just said it's a huge risk, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's your story?
Right. See, let me put it this way. When I was like 26 years old, I came across an article in media. At that time, I was working in Tata Steel, Jamshedpur. I was not married or anything, and I was a guy staying in a hostel with very good facilities, swimming pool, and awesome facilities. Working in a lab in Tata Steel, awesome modern lab, and I came across a newspaper article which said there's a city called Nasik in Maharashtra. So in Nasik, there is a men's community, men's rights community, which helps battered men, men who get beaten up, battered men. And immediately my misandry kicked in inside. I thought it must be an organization of bunch of losers, bunch of poor folks who may be getting beaten by their rowdy village women, kind of a thing. So, I got a very misandrous image. In my worldview, maybe, it won't happen to educated guys and all that. And that was the past in 2000, in 1997. But I still remember. And then one of my friends or colleagues got a false 498 case in 1999, and he ended up in prison for 5 days in Haridwar. So that was an eye opener for me, that one can end up in prison. Okay, and obviously I knew his story kind of, because he was staying in the same hostel, same floor, and all that. But when I wanted some kind of a support and help, in 2004 August, I ended up calling the men's helpline, and I met Arun Murty, whom I was referring to, and Pandurankati. I met both of them in the month of August 2004 at a place north of Bangalore called Mahalakshmi Layer. Okay, and then I started going regularly. And the next meeting that I went, I saw 20 people and two women from Tamil Nadu who have come to the city for help to this meeting, and they were crying. I'm like, I have no clue. This is like men's organization, and two women are crying. My middle-aged women are crying here. What the hell is going on? And I had no clue about the legal and all that stuff. Okay, okay. I'm like, and I didn't know the background of other guys also, because I'm a new guy. As a new guy, right? You are like slightly withdrawn, and you are just trying to figure out,
Yeah.
And then these two women are crying, and I found that these two women were in prison for 5 6 days, because one of the woman's son is an NRI guy, and he got a false dowry case and 498 case, and then they couldn't catch the NRI guy, so they put the mom and the aunt in prison. I'm like, what the hell is happening? Like, how can they put these women, some amount of gynocentrism kicked in, okay, right? How can these women be put in prison? And that's how it was going on. And then there were some turning points. Panduran Kati, who is actually my guru, is not much older than me. He's like 1.5 years older than me, but I consider him as my guru. He gave me a book. This guy used to work in tech company, so you look like he gave me a book. I said, "Hey, why don't you read this book?" And I said, "Oh, okay, I will read." And that book is called, the name of that book is "Who Stole Feminism and How Women Have Betrayed Women." It's written by Christina Hoff Sommer. If you can show that book, maybe You know, who stole feminism?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah,
Who stole feminism?
yeah. Who stole feminism? By
Okay.
Christina Hoff Sommers.
Is
Yeah,
this
yeah,
the book?
that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
No, no, the next one. Yeah, same one, but you take that white. Yeah, yeah. This the picture. Okay. All right. So I got this book for free and I took like 15, 20 days to read it. And then it was like a red pill movement. Like these feminists are lying so much, like they are taking the statistics and multiplying it with 50x or 100x. This book is all about false statistics, okay, in USA.
Mm-hmm.
Then I was already an MTech guy with a master's degree in engineering and all, working on data and machine learning and all. So I'm like, I know I was collecting data from the car. I'm like, come on, I can collect data about these social indicators like suicides and domestic violence and all. So I wanted to work on this topic. Yeah. And
Okay.
then I got academically interested in this whole topic. And I also, I have a personality. I'll also tell you some background. Since childhood, I had a personality of a rebel. Like I was rebelling in the house and in the school, and I did a strike when I was 13 years old. Even though I was not a very strongly built guy, but I can rally around a bunch of guys, do a strike, fight with teachers. And in the college also, I was like bunking my class and being a rebel kind of a guy. And I had a problem with authority. But I never knew what was the bigger purpose behind it, right? Yeah.
So I think you fit right in then, because I remember a couple of years ago I met you. You were doing a hunger strike for against
Yeah.
marital rape law, right? So like
Right.
you were always a striker. It just got bigger on the scale for you. But yeah, so that makes sense. So okay, so let me ask you this. So this is the article that I think this is from Times
Yes.
of India. I'm not sure which
Right.
newspaper, but very mainstream,
Right.
right? It's from January. It
Right.
said bra burning to boxers on fire. Meninism is mainstream
Right.
now, right? And they quote you
Right.
in there. These are all of your activists that are holding underwears in their hands.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But there is a special mention here. Is this gentleman? His name is Nikhil Taneja. Now, Chad, I don't know how much you guys remember, right? I think
He
we
may
did.
be a simp or he may be a male feminist.
Correct. So,
Yeah.
Chad, if you guys don't remember, we had discussed about this guy before. So, Nikhil Taneja basically runs a show called Be a Man Yar. Right? This is him. Now, apparently, very interesting fella, right? Because when you say be a man yar, you're basically representing a certain type of label that attracts certain audiences, right? It's like if I took a candy for the children, it'll attract the children, right? So like you have this messaging which targets men specifically. So men think like, okay, this is men's rights activist, right? So they even gave him a column in this Meninist movement, right, of his own. I think they highlighted him more than they highlighted you, right? So that got me curious. I was like, who is this guy, right? And we've talked about him before. Now, let me show you an example of the kind of things that, that this platform talks about, okay?
Only for the women, that is also bad for the men. टॉक्सिक मैस्कुलिनिटी का सबसे बड़ा नुकसान उस आदमी के साथ क्या होता है कि दुनिया में एक भी व्यक्ति नहीं बचता जो उससे प्यार करे। उसकी पत्नी, उसकी माँ, उसकी बेटी उससे प्यार नहीं कर पाते, डरते हैं। और अगर आपसे लोग डरते हैं और आपको इसमें खुशी है तो ये गधापन है। होना ये चाहिए कि आपके होने से लोग अच्छा फील करें। मैं अपने घर जाऊं, मेरी पत्नी को खुशी हो, न कि ये तनाव हो कि अरे यार आ गया अब टेंशन देगा। मेरी बेटी सहम न जाए कि पापा आ रहे हैं, पढ़ने के लिए बैठ जाओ या सो जाओ चुपके से, नहीं तो पापा मारेंगे। इससे आप मैस्कुलिन तो हो जाएंगे, लेकिन कोई आपको प्यार करेगा ही नहीं। एंड इफ नोबडी लव्स यू, देन यू आर रियली लोनली। इससे बड़ा अकेलापन।
Okay, so this is what Be a Man Yar is. Okay, so his conversation centers around how men basically have bad behaviors and how they should learn to reform themselves to behave better with people, right? So essentially, the entire show, right? Let's take a look at one more clip here, right?
But this seems to be a right-wing guy. He's a right-wing guy, right? The person who's speaking, or is he a male feminist?
Nikhil looks like actually, I don't know what his political leaning is.
But in
right?
the screen, this is the guy who is a Nikhil. His name is Nikhil.
No, that is Nikhil's
This guy,
guest. That was Nikhil's guest. So like what Nikhil does is he has this podcast. Okay.
Right.
He is
So the Nikhil is the guy with the beard?
Yes. So
Okay.
Nikhil would be this guy.
Okay.
You've interacted with him. Do you not remember it? I think you quite have a lot of tweets where you picked up fights with him. You don't remember
Think
this
so,
guy?
yes. Yes. I know, but the point is, yeah, tell me, yeah.
Yeah, so since you don't know a lot about him, I'm going to stream. So, chat, I'm going to tell you guys something you probably not have heard before, okay? But let's play one more clip, and then on top of that, I will tell you where this guy comes from, right? Which will clear everybody's doubts about whether or not there is a orchestrated attack, right? Which is where I'm trying to get to. But let's take a look at one or two more things, right? Let's take a look at this clip first.
No, Manju Bhaguna, and she wanted to get into mainstream Bollywood, and it's not an easy thing, especially when you come from a regional cinema space, right? But she's hustled and she still goes for auditions. जैसे मैं कभी भी casting कहीं audition पे जाता हूँ, I always slip it in कि listen, my mom is also an actor. If you want to audition, just call me. I'll make it happen. And I see that in my mother also. She can have all the problems in the world with me, but she will always support me because she's been there and she understands. So I feel like the most enriching experience of growing up is understanding that your mother is also a person. She's not a role. You know, while growing up, we never look at our parents and be like, what are they like people? इनकी hobbies क्या हैं? हम अपने दोस्तों को इतने अच्छे से जानते हैं as people. हम लोग कभी अपने माँ बाप के बारे में वैसे नहीं सोचते कि इनकी personality क्या है, इनके aspirations क्या हैं. Did she just want to be a mother and a housewife?
Okay, so Anil, what happens in the second clip is his guest is talking about how mothers are heroes, right? How to respect them. Basically, that's the agenda. Now, my real question to the chat and you, Anil, is that who is this gentleman? Okay, he shows up in the mainstream Meninism article at Times of India. You start wondering who he is because they called him a Meninist. Right. So then we found out, okay, he has a BMN podcast which centers women. So how is he a Meninist if he talks about how men should behave better with women? So I actually ended up looking up his background. Where does he come from? Okay, now Nikhil Taneja has a history of working with a NGO organization which is called Girl Rising. Okay, so this is Girl Rising. It says award-winning producer Nikhil Taneja joins Girl Rising board. Okay, so what's essentially happened? And if you look at this article, right, it talks all about...
And maybe it is related to V-Day, Vagina Day, V-Day, Victory Day, Vagina Day, and 50 million rising, Girl Rising, 50 million rising, V-Day. So they are all connected with sources which will ultimately trace you to United Nations.
Correct.
And USAID.
So my main question to you.
So there is a funding network. There is a funding network behind it.
So what I was going to ask you is that so now that the men's rights movement is getting mainstream attention, are they trying to orchestrate an attack? Because when the enemy becomes powerful, right? We are the enemy. We're starting to get some attention publicly. How do you undermine it, right? And I remember US used to do a lot of surgical strikes upon other countries. Right. And very successful method, Anil, was that quite simply, if you cannot control your enemy directly, you infiltrate it. Okay, you plant somebody that is an imposter. Right. So US did this CIA operation, which was called Operation Ajax. Right. And the idea of Ajax was to hire an Iranian, which is a US agent, and then use him to control Iran. Right. So is there a similar attack going on with Meninism?
Yeah. This is an awesome way you are putting it. Yes, true. So understand that we guys come from tech background, right? So we guys had seen everything from a systemic point of view. So we were activists, but we were also looking at in 2004, 2005 and looking at it systemic. So it's like hacking the system. It can be hacking a computer or a network, or it can be hacking a social system or hacking a movement. Now, whenever hacking happens, the system will try to hack you. Okay, it will put the imposters and put spies inside you, sleeper cells, and all kinds of things happen, right? So we had modeled what all are the possible hackings that can happen to our system. Okay, and the hacking need not be just infiltration. It can also involve threats. It can also involve people being bought, by money or by power. All kinds of possible things are there, right? Right. So we estimated, hacking often happens through these ports. There is an interface. There's an interface through which people hack it through a serial port or a let's say a USB port or something, right?
Yeah.
So we often bolstered our defenses into the, for example, political ideologies can try to hack you. The religious people can infiltrate you, and they will say that you be part of our religious ideology. So that is one area where you have to defend yourself, because the religious people will say, you are anti-feminist, we are also anti-feminist, why don't you join us? Everything is there in the Bible. Okay. So we had seen all these old attacks on American or Western men's movement by the religious lobby, or these male feminists, or these so-called equalist or egalitarian forces. All kinds of things we have modeled. Okay, let me give you an example. There was something called the Good Men Project. So when AVFM, A Voice for Men, led by Paul Elam, was gaining prominence, a separate movement or a website started called the Good Men Project in the Western countries. And the original guy was behaving like a MRA, but the other people ultimately took over, made it into a feminist kind of a website. Similarly, menxp.com, this particular startup was focusing on men and masculinity in a positive way. Okay, in a positive way, and it was putting articles on bodybuilding, but it was also talking about men's topics and men's issues and all. But then it was acquired by Times of India. Okay, so once Times of India acquired it, it more or less killed it, or killed its main purpose. Right.
Yeah, but
Similarly, let me also go back to history. Sometime around 2000, in 1994, in the Western countries, I think in Europe, they started World Men's Day. It was not International Men's Day; it was World Men's Day. Okay. So if you see the history of International Men's Day, it was started like sometime around 1990, 92. But the World Men's Day was created around 94, 95, and it was completely hijacked and destroyed. So if you see that history, if you can find out more, I will not elaborate, but it was hijacked. So every year they used to reward the best men. Men used to get some kind of a reward or something. And then by 1997, they said, why we only reward men? Let's reward women too. So they started rewarding good men and good women. And after 2 years, by 1999, they only started rewarding women, and then they excluded men. Okay. So we knew that Save Indian Family Foundation, the same thing can happen to Save Indian Family Foundation when we do DEI. we do DEI. We start saying, why not? Let's be more inclusive. Let's get more women on board. And finally, it may happen after 20, 30, 40 years that ultimately the men will be sidelined and this becomes a feminist or a DEI organization. It can happen, right? So we had seen everything into future, like 30, 40 years down the line, and then we made sure in all our constitutional, documents and everywhere that it will never happen. So we have to safeguard. And similarly, we created not one but 40 NGOs. There's a movie called Da Vinci Code.
yeah,
In Da Vinci Code, it is about a group of men who protect that whole stuff called Knights Templar. They protect the whole notion for like thousands of years, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 years, right? They're trying to protect something in a secret way by distributing themselves and decentralizing, so that even if somebody is assassinated, there is somebody else trying to keep the whole thing defense, and it is with cryptology and all that.
yeah.
Like you are making everything encrypted. Okay. So we created such a design of this entire Save Indian Family movement in such a decentralized way that if there is a takeover attempt, a small part will survive and it will regrow the entire movement back. It can regenerate.
Okay.
Okay. And we were also inspired by some of the ideas of Isaac Asimov and others, like, the foundation and all. If you read, that is all about, when you are attacked by the empire, a small group basically, keeps surviving, and that group, regrows itself. And it has in fact happened that way. And many of our predictions have come true. So however, when you talk about male feminists like this guy, and there was a campaign by United Nations called He for She,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it was led by
You
Emma
know,
Watson?
you know what's funny, Anil, is that I am coming across some news. I won't mention any names, but some companies, even this year, by the way, last year we saw some messages from our members. They were like, we asked the company to do Men's Day event. Right? I think I can
Right.
show you. It's actually on Reddit. Okay, so let me see if I can
Right.
pull it up. Okay, and
Right.
you would be surprised. Okay, so like the discrimination that there is. Okay, so let me go to Reddit.
Right.
Give me a second. So we'll go to our subreddit here.
Right.
Stay. Okay. Where is it? Okay, here it is. So on your screen, Anil, somebody
Right.
uploaded this. Okay, so this is an example of what a company would do on a Women's Day in March. Okay.
Right.
Now, this is a company chat. Okay, so somebody asked
Right.
on in November 11 when there's a Men's Day. He goes, "Any celebrations for Men's Day?" Okay, the response is BYOC. BYOC means bring your own cake. You know, we're not doing anything. You do it yourself.
Right.
So
Right.
somebody asked, can we please do this from next year onwards? Pretty fair ask, right? And somebody responded, sure. I checked with the team on this, but they said it got declined last year. Okay, so somebody asked, declined approval-wise, or people didn't show up to attend? He said, yes, by the manager, not sure why. Okay, so this is an example of the conversation that somebody presented in November. March, we were getting messages that they are still doing he for she for he campaigns. So some companies book this 3-day event, right? Not just 1 day, 3-day event where they're basically not only doing Women's Day event, but also asking men to join and learn, you know, again, Nikhil Taneja's line of thinking, learn how to behave with women, learn how to support women. Right, and then same companies. Why do they think that? Why do they think that it's okay to have a one-sided exchange? That we attend your 3-day event, but you don't think you can even buy a cake for us on Men's Day, right? Like, so what's your thoughts on that? Like, is it like a tendency for the women's movement to try to control men into doing what they want out of us, and that's why these campaigns are being launched, or like what is the fight for really?
Well, I have a feeling it's not actually this whole women's movement is creation of men, rich and powerful men. So they are using feminism mainly to, influence the purchasing behaviors of people, right?
Okay.
They know that women, you can control. Basically, they want 90% of purchasing decisions to be taken by women. And I think in USA, it is like 80%
It's like
decisions are taken by women.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Like it's like 70%, but like
Yeah.
why? Like I think I would want to learn from you.
I
Like
mean, I will tell you this way that these corporates are most anti-women in their policies actually,
okay,
but nobody is exposing them. Okay, okay. I can tell you in what way they are anti-women. They are not friendly to women actually. They want their products. They want to sell products using women. They want to tax women. They want to burden women, and this is all just like a packaging that they are doing with all these campaigns and DEI and all. Mostly, basically, they want to. These are all big economic powers, the pension funds and the investment funds and the big banks and BlackRock. All these people and the World Economic Forum, they all are pushing these agendas, and it's a very cheap, low-cost proxy war kind of a thing. Okay, let me put it this way. Let's say that Indian companies are very, very sensitive. Okay, we went to NASCOM Foundation, and these people in 2015 we invited them to give a keynote in a men's conference in Domlur, Bangalore, in a hotel called The Paul, and they were like taken aback. They were like stuck. They were like constipated when they heard us. Okay, these are the same people today. They say that the men should be vulnerable too. Men should express themselves, and we are talking to them. And we have got professors of mental health. We have got a professor of the top law college of India called National Law School India University. He is addressing professors of everybody are coming. Like there are topmost people there was a guy from a sports startup. There was somebody from yourdost.com. Now, yourdost.com is a prominent, startup or rather company on counseling of people. And the co-founder of yourdost.com is addressing. And here we invite NASCOM Foundation, and they are like constipated. So they are so much out of place. Okay. And remember, it's the men who are committing suicide. Our friends have lost life, both inside men's movement and all. And let me now come to this particular topic.
Anil, sorry to interrupt
Yeah.
you. Very important point. Can you please say self-delete and not the S word?
Which word?
The S.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Self-delete.
Okay. I understand the YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube gods.
And
we have to please the YouTube gods.
Yeah, and also the
Okay.
If R word comes up, just say grape, right? Not the actual R.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Because I understand the YouTube, and there may be a T word also.
Yeah,
so that also we have to be careful. I know. I have heard of these YouTube gods, coming up every now and then. Got it. So there are issues like self-delete and all. Many of our own friends and others have faced this, or all kinds of things have happened. But if you look at the Indian corporate, you have to work 48 hours a work week. That is the standard work week for men and women, 48 hours. Whereas in Europe, it is 40 hours work week, USA and Europe, or maybe even 35 hours. I worked in a company called Bosch, where if you are a European or German, the number of work hours used to be 35 hours. And here we have 48 hours, right? So if they want to make the workplace more women friendly, they should bring down the work hours of both men and women to 35 hours. Okay, that's the best solution. They can adjust payments and all, and they should not allow people to work more than 40 hours under any circumstance, men or women. They should not say like women will work 35 hours, men should work 55 hours. That's not acceptable. Okay. So these corporates, I will give you one more history also. These corporates in Bangalore and all, they created a policy sometime in 2000, Nirbhaya episode. During that time, they created a policy that if a company cab is dropping a man and a woman to the house, the company cab is dropping that. The man will be the last one to be dropped and first one to be picked. So they have to first pick the man or a one or two men, then they have to pick the woman, and when they are picking up, when they are going to work, and in the evening or night when they are dropping the people back, the woman have to be dropped first. So imagine the company may have to go something like 20 miles to drop the woman.
Yeah.
Then it has to come back 5 miles and drop the man. Okay, so the man is used by these companies as an unpaid bodyguard of the woman, so that the woman may not get raped or something like that by the driver or somebody. Then we guys are like, why are you using the man for being an unpaid bodyguard? The man has got a family, he has got kids. Why he has to be disadvantaged? So the companies are behaving in a rather shameless manner. And I'll tell you the solution, what the young folks like the Gen Z folks should do. See, the solution, you can't fight it at your company level or at LinkedIn or anywhere. You can't fight it up, okay? Because there's a power imbalance. So you have to do what happened in USA. You have to elect a politician who is like Elon Musk or Trump. You have to basically get a mini Trump or a mini Elon Musk on board. So you have to get a real MRA. You can't expect a Trump to appear. So you need to have a Trump, mini Trump, in your state. Okay, so if you see countries like Australia, they have a Trump, Australian Trump. His name is Mark Latham. Okay, so in Europe also there are like somebody who is like Trump, like kind of a guy. So we have to get such kind of a politician. You have to create an environment for such a politician to emerge, maybe at a state level or maybe at a local level. Similarly, the Gen Z guys should look for a mini Elon Musk, somebody who is like a billionaire, who is not like 100 or 200 billion, but he has got like 5 billion. And you have to promote such kind of a guy, okay, and his products, okay. So you need to launch these people who will fight the system at a institutional level, okay. See, you are facing institutional discrimination, and you being a fresher or a young guy in 20s or 30s, you can't fight against institutions. You are disadvantaged. See, you can fight against a woman, but you can't fight against an institution or a big tech giant or an army or a government of India or government of Karnataka or any government. You can't fight institutions. So you need somebody who is an institution, like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is an institution of his own, right? He has got his own company. He himself owns a tech giant. So you have to create a institution like SIFF, Same Indian Family Foundation. We call this an institution. It is small, but it is quite powerful, right? Because we have a network of, let's say, we have 500 or 1,000 techies who are very, very strong financially. So if each guy has a 10 crore network or $1 million network, so together, we all together may have like $1 billion of, networks that we are holding in SIF, right? And we are supporting each other. So we have to create institutions which can take on institutional discrimination. That is the way forward. It may take time, but that is the only way. Now you go and post in LinkedIn about your company discriminating you. You can do it, or you can go to a confession board or somewhere in the group. But it may happen. What happened to James Damore? The Google guy, James Damore. What happened to him? He was fired. Sundar Pichai flew from South Africa to USA, and he fired James Damore because he had sent a long email, and which was completely unjust. And I think James Damore ultimately won those lawsuits, and he got compensated. Right. So we don't want men to lose their careers or jobs trying to be a very brave guy fighting these institutions.
And so let me take some comments first. I think a lot of people are asking some things. So somebody asked you, what is your opinion on Tradcon, Anil?
Yeah. See, the traditional worldview. See, let me say something. We have to be very careful when we are getting something from USA. Okay. We may get something from Europe, it's okay. Japan, it's okay. But USA, we have to be very careful. Okay. Why? Because that's what feminists did. And they borrowed a lot of stuff from USA. We should not do that mistake. We can learn from them, but we have to be completely original. We should not be like a music producer called Anu Malik, copying the stuff. A lot of Bollywood stuff is being copied. We should not do that. It's very tempting, but we have to be careful. Why? Because USA is a civilization of 200 years. So its memory as a culture or a civilization is only 200 years. We are a civilization of 3,000 or 4,000 or 10,000 years, right? So we have documented history or documented stories which go to 3,000 years or 2,500 years. We have Mahabharata, Ramayana, and a lot of Puranas, Panchatantra, and maybe even you can go to Arabic culture, take Arabian Nights, or go to Chinese. So you have to go and learn from civilizational nations, okay, like the Greeks or the Romans or the Italian or the European, which are basically civilizational. They have a civilizational background, and they have philosophers, from ancient times, not like some philosopher, roaming around, in USA, because USA is like a teenager in a civilizational scale. And what a teenager does, like a 15-year-old guy does, he says that I know everything about life. And India is like a 75, 80-year-old old man. China and India are like an old man, right? So you have to be very, very careful there. Okay, when you take the USA MGTOW, USA Tradcon, USA insult stuff, all this stuff, when you're taking, you have to filter it out properly and understand. You have to be very, very careful.
And okay? Let me ask you something. So Trump ran this whole campaign. Some people got an idea that he's pro men's rights because he was simply anti-feminist. So some people believe he's anti-feminist must be pro men's rights, right? Although it's a wrong logic, right? However, it is true that Trump targeted male demographic a lot. Like every rally he went to, he played this song called the YMCA, right? And he categorically chose that song for subliminal messaging. Because if you listen to YMCA lyrics, right? Let's see, where are the lyrics? Okay, it starts like this. Young men, there's no need to feel down. I said, young men,
Yeah.
pick yourself off the ground. So it's like it's talking to young men.
Exactly.
And,
Right.
And I've covered this a lot of times, and I tried to show the Gallup poll that conservative got like most votes from young men in this election than they have in the last 20 years, because they clearly targeted them with the right messaging. But is Trump really empathetic to men, or was he just using them for the purposes of getting votes? Because essentially, when it comes down to Tradcons, which is what this chatter was asking, they might seem to represent that, hey, we are empathetic to men. But
Let me put it this way about Trump, about his empathy. If you see, Trump is a billionaire and a businessman, which we know. But Trump was also a motivational coach, right? He was coaching people, right? He had written a lot of books about finances, money. So he was also like a business coach. Okay. So he was conducting all these programs in the TV and reality TV and all, which I have not watched much. But what I know, like you can go to an Indian railway station today in North India or somewhere, and then you will see a book in Hindi. Donald Trump and Robert Kiyosaki, हम आपको अमीर बनाना चाहते हैं. We want to make you rich. That book is available in Hindi since last 30 years. Now this guy is not a loser. Okay, if somebody is able to sell his book in a bookstall in a railway station somewhere in Gaya, okay, in Bihar, okay. Now that guy is, see, that if he doesn't have empathy, doesn't have understanding about human life or dynamics of life, okay, then he would not have succeeded in at least selling these books. Okay, right? I mean, they are translated into so many languages, including Hindi, Telugu, and all that, right? And he did it all 20, 30 years back. Okay, so certainly this man knows certain fundamentals. And sometimes, a prophet comes to you in many different ways. A prophet need not come to you with a white robe and a nice talking guy. He can come in all kinds of ways. He can come to you like a crazy guy, or he can come to you like a rude guy. He can come to you like a violent guy. Anything can happen, right? So in a way, I'm not saying Trump as a prophet in a religious sense, but in Indian context, Indian philosophical context, anybody can be your guru. Okay, an ant can be your guru, or a donkey, or it can be your guru, right? There is a philosophical context. We have to see it in that way that sometimes you need leaders who are very different. And we should watch this movie sometime called Seven Samurai by Akira Kurosawa. One of the greatest movies ever made in this world. And in that movie, there are like 7 leaders, and one guy was almost crazy guy. One of them was a crazy guy, but then he was the real leader. Okay, but he was always a crazy guy in this whole movie, right? And in the beginning, everybody dismisses it. So we have to see what is behind a person rather than what he's talking or how he looks or how he behaves. Yeah. And I'll come to the Tradcon stuff. See, I have told in the one interview with Pearl that we live trad life. We all guys live trad life. Our families were trad families, nuclear families, but they were trad. It's a religious family going to a temple and nuclear setup, and father works and mom is more or less a housewife. She may have done a job, but she only worked 5 hours or 6 hours. Father took all the responsibility. So we Indians lived as trads almost till now. In India, you go to many places, there is a joint family, maybe 30-40% families are joint families. We are living trad life. Now, we don't need Americans to tell us about trad stuff. We lived it. Our uncles and our parents lived trad life. Our grandparents lived trad life. We are the real trads. So it's like the joke is somebody in USA teaching you about communism, okay, and socialism. Then I said, man, I lived socialism 30 years of my life. Don't teach me in Canada or USA. You never lived. I lived it, and I know how it feels like. Okay, socialism. Similarly, we live trad life. Okay,
So,
for,
so
for 20 years of my childhood was full of trad. Okay, my neighbors were trad. Everybody's a trad. And why are you selling it to me? It's like somebody selling us chicken tikka masala. What the hell are you talking about?
So, Anil, let me ask you this. So, do you agree? So, I think some men I have started convincing themselves that, hey, if I find a traditional wife, I'll be safer. Okay. It's only the
Yeah.
leftist liberal feminists who talk about freedom all the time. They bad, but like
Right.
you find a traditional, they call it feminine woman. I'll be all good. How much do you agree with that? Like, do you really think there's a point in women being traditional today? Like the way, like traditionalism really has changed, right? Like,
No,
it,
I'll tell you, it is possible. It is possible after maybe 20, 30 years when we create a Amish kind of a community. Okay. We need to create a separate community. But I'll tell you, as far as
Wait,
today's
wait,
children are
wait, wait, wait,
concerned or men are
wait.
concerned,
Wait, Anil, before you explain further, can you tell my chat what you mean by Amish? Because not a lot of them would know what Amish really means when you say traditional. Can you explain to them?
I don't know much, but what I understand is that they live kind of, they have their own culture, own protocols, they have their own societies, like a tribal kind of a society with their own value system, and they isolate themselves from government. They don't fly planes, maybe they don't. They live in a different world of their own, and they seem to be peaceful in their own way. Yeah, please do explain. Mick, I would like you to explain a bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, so Chad, just so you know, what Amish are doing is that they're isolating themselves from the modern world and technology. Okay, so there are some documentaries that you can watch. They still ride horses. They don't touch cars. They don't keep cell phones. They have landline phones, which also they don't use unless it's a business call, right? So they have completely isolated themselves from the modern world. And so when Amish talk about traditionalism, it means very different things than what modern traditionalism is. They are talking about
Right.
more what women used to do before industrial revolution. It's like you make the clothes, right? Like you make the pottery, you make the baskets. I'm talking about women. Women would do all this work. You take care of the animals, right? Because then you're putting in all that labor, which I'm saving money on. So I was trying to explain to my chat, like, what is the traditionalism today, Anil? Anil, today.
Right.
Today they talk about, get the clothes from supermarket, which a man will pay for. Get the
Right.
food ready made from the supermarket, man pays for. What is it that women do? Pottery, baskets, utensils, everything I buy. So basically, you're not contributing, and I'm having to work extra time to compensate for your lack, right? So is it really traditionalism at the end of the day? Then
It's not. It's
It's
not.
not.
It's
Yeah.
not traditionalism. It's not marriage. See, marriage is not traditional at all. In fact, the current marriage, nuclear family marriage, I don't consider it as marriage as well. And in fact, I want to talk about taking the society back to the pre-industrial revolution. So I'm blaming that last 300 years. I don't want technologically we should not go back, but I would say that there's a lot of things happened during industrial revolution, like the migration and the cities and all were formed, and we have to go into post-industrialized era. Okay, so actually the path forward is to create new family systems, new kind of culture. Okay, and they will somewhat appear like pre-industrialized, world, but they won't be medieval or very brutal. Okay, they will be very harmonious, but they won't be like industrial era of nuclear family staying in a apartment in a building and traffic commuting. So we are in fact attempting to create the first generation of post industrialized distributed network. We are trying to acquire land now in different parts of India and also the world. We SIFF guys, actually, yeah, we may be buying a ranch somewhere in Texas and buying maybe in New Hampshire and with the collaboration with American guys. And in India, we do own some stuff in different places. Maybe in Uttarakhand, we will lease some place, and maybe in Maharashtra, and we do have a target near Vizag or Araku Valley area. So also in Bangalore or Coorg area, something like that. So we are actively seeking places where people can migrate. After certain age, you migrate out of the city, you work from home, or you create an alternate, economic model where you work 6 months and you don't work for another 6 months. So we are trying to put the foundation for a traditional society, which is harmonious, not that much individual centric, but where there's a bartering system and people are helping each other. See, today in a nuclear family, the children are vulnerable, the elderly people are vulnerable, the men and women, everybody is vulnerable. Okay, and I'll tell you something about one of my gurus. His name is Alvin Toffler. Alvin Toffler is was world's greatest futurist, and he influenced me a lot of my thoughts by read. I used to read his books in 1990. So Alvin Toffler said, "Nuclear family has no meaning when there is no nucleus at home." A nuclear family, but there has to be a nucleus, right? The atom has a nucleus. But here you have the woman working and the man working and the children are at home and there is no nucleus at home. And why the hell you call it a nuclear family? Yeah.
Yeah. So they have really reduced the entire thing to its minimal, right? And I was trying to say, like, it's like men are really willing to accept the bare minimum. You would really, like, you're happy that a sports team just shows up. It's not necessary that it plays, competes, or wins, right? It's just okay. Like, it showed up, you're happy with it, right? Like, so this is the attitude men have with women
No,
today.
I'll tell you, it is not possible to be tried with the nuclear setup.
Correct.
Nuclear setup can never be tried. Number one. Number two, go to joint family. Maybe it will not work as well. Joint family. I will give an example. In India, joint family.
Yeah.
But the Italian community in USA, like the movie you see Godfather, right? In the movie Godfather, you see the entire family is there. Like, 2-3 generations, they are under the same roof. That's what they show. The Marlon Brando part of the Godfather.
Yeah.
So the nuclear, but we have to really go into the commune, or like a, like a Haveli kind of a setup. Okay. That is where we have to go back and create the ecosystem. Okay. And we have to first bring that into our mind. Then only that's real trad. Otherwise, what happened with that influencer, right wing Tradcon influencer Lawrence Southern? You heard of her? Like, she tried to become a trad and married a guy in Australia, and it didn't work for even 2 years. And it's known to be doomed. Like, we all knew it will not work. We know what Lawrence Southern is. Okay, we know her. Okay, where she's standing. Okay, I have seen her, fight Antifa. Okay, so Antifa guys were, doing something like violent, and then she went there with a helmet and boots and all that to, fight with the Antifa crowd. So on one side you have the right wing and you have Antifa. I don't know. And she is saying, I want to be trad woman, immediately. It's not like a switch. It's not like a switch. Like, you wear some clothes of trad, and it's not like that. You have to go into the root of it.
And I think women are really selfishly motivated, right? It's like we want to selectively pick certain things that benefit us from each system. We'll take X from liberalism,
Right.
X from traditionalism, the ones that benefit us. So, right. So traditionalism, we want men to be a breadwinner because we get the money, right? He gets to be a cash cow.
Right.
We'll get to live a good life, right?
Right.
What do we want from liberalism? What we want from liberalism is voting power to control the politics, right? Or we want all of this laws, to basically control men and all, whatever you may think of, because laws are really not about equality today.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
more about power. But anyway, so just a couple chat then. Anil, I want to move you to something that is really important I wanted to ask you about, right? But let's just take a quick chat. Okay, so what is the chat saying? Nice discussion, burning topic. Okay, yoga is for boomers.
Yeah, nuclear family is blasting like nuclear weapon now. Correct. Of course, it is. Joint families are real families. Tribal families are real families. Okay, see, I'll tell you, it's really possible. See, I am right now I'm in the house of Pandurang Katti, who is actually my guru. So as a disciple, I'm in his house. Do you know I have access to his house? As a guru, like, the Gurukul, in Indian concept, there is something called guru. You stay with your guru and you are working in his house. So that's the culture we maintain. And you have access to each other's place. right? So that's the commune we have already created at a micro level, okay? And so that's what it is. Yeah, please continue.
Okay, so Madhur is saying, Mick Bro, any chances we Indian MRAs can collaborate with Chinese and American MRA to create new laws worldwide for men? Anil, you want to answer that? Let me
Yeah, yeah,
let
yeah,
me
yeah.
address it. So Madhur, from my end, I think if my channel continues to grow, I can obviously reach out to the YouTubers that work in the space. Okay, that's what I can do. But Anil, what are your thoughts overall?
I will share my experience with Chinese. I will share with that. The first time I went to a Chinese culture was in Taiwan in 2006, and that was interesting. And I felt so fascinated by whatever it is. I bought a bunch of books to learn Chinese. Okay, even the Chinese script, I'm so fascinated. I said this is the most intuitive script I have ever found. Why the hell we are using other scripts? That's like that. And then of course after the Olympics in Beijing, I went to Beijing with a friend for around 10 days, and I really loved it. And I went to Beijing and Shanghai, did a trek in the ancient part of the Great Wall at Simatai, went on a 3 miles trek on that and all that, and then I found that the Chinese Supreme Court is very good, and the China, the way media portrays it is not that true. And the Chinese people were very welcoming, and many people, some of the old people, they were talking about the Indian culture and the Maitreya and Buddha and all that stuff. So they look at us a lot more positively than we look at them, because we lost a war. See, they won the war and we lost it, so we are more bitter about that. And I get to have, because one of my friends works in Taiwan, so I get to have a bit of some Chinese friends as well. And then overall, I in fact said that in my next birth, I should be born as a Chinese. I said this because the way the laws are in China, I mean, the Chinese courts are very fair, okay, and it's very easy to deal with women. However, I was educated by a female guide. The female came to Shanghai railway station to pick us up. Okay, and we had a very subsidized tour going on. It's a very strange kind of an experience. I'll explain some other time in a travel podcast maybe. So we got a train ticket from Beijing to Shanghai, which is part of the tour, and we paid very less actually. So when we woke up in the morning in that high-speed train, and this female, who may be in 27, 28, she came to pick us up. So she's the guide for next 2 days or 3 days in Shanghai, and she was taking us around, and she was telling about Chinese women and their expectation of Chinese men. And she was from a place called Suzhou. Suzhou is a silk city, like 2 hours drive or 3 hours drive from Shanghai, maybe. She was saying, I'm from Suzhou, and Suzhou girls like Shanghai boys. We said, why? Because she said, Shanghai boys are so much nice. They cook food, they do everything, they sing around. Whereas Suzhou guys are not like that at all. They won't listen to you, they will be doing their stuff. And the Shanghai guys are so nice. They will do everything for you. You don't have to do anything. And she is talking to two MRS. She didn't know that she's talking to two MRS. They're like, oh, is it really so? Wow.
Yeah, I think that story perfectly fits. Like, I think that's how women's mind works. Like, it's all
But
about
lot of
receiving.
Chinese guys have complained to me. I mean, last time I went to Shenzhen, there was a young supplier. He was like 42, 43. We went on a hot pot to eat hot pot, and he is talking only about women, how the situation is bad and how difficult it is to get married. You need to have $8 million
Yeah,
to get married. I said maybe it's like 1 million. It can't be 8 million. He's saying no, you need lot of money to get married. I said okay, for you it is very expensive to get married. For us, it's very expensive to get.
But you
So
know
we
what's
are
the,
even. You know?
but you know, Anil, what the difference between China and India is that okay, so one thing common is that they there is in both places there is dowry harassment. Okay, in China it's like
Right.
guys get harassed for dowry. In India it's like
You have to pay a lot of dowry.
yeah,
Okay.
in India, it's like women usually get targeted for that, right? But the difference is that when men are asked for dowry, it's like the guy has to come up with the money. But when women are asked for dowry, it's like their father has to come up with dowry, right? Like, so it's always the guy that is paying. So yeah, I think that was.
Well, I can say one thing. What I have learned, it's a big topic. We can have another podcast only on China.
Sure.
But it seems China is a highly gynocentric society, just like India. Okay, and they have also mixed feminism and gynocentrism together. Okay, so for example, in Taiwan, let's say you have a Chinese girlfriend, and you went to a ATM to get some money. You get the money, and the female accompanies you inside. And after you withdraw money, she checks your balance.
What?
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? And this is true. This has happened to Indian guys who are dating a Chinese female, and this has happened to Indian guys.
Are you sure about that?
And I've heard from them. Like I was wondering why the hell every time I am in an ATM, she comes in the last minute and checks. Maybe she thinks there is a fraud or something.
Show
But
dick
this
some
seems to be a
respect.
cultural thing. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, that's insane. I never heard of that. I think it's the first time. Chad, did you guys know that? Like, women having, this is like basically a woman is controlling your finances.
By the way, they may have multiple cultures in China because it's a huge country. But I will tell you one more story. One of my friends, he shared with me. He's an Indian. He shared with me that when you have dinner, the the man the man means if you go to your in-laws place and you had dinner, the in-laws are offering you dinner, and it's like two sisters, they have come with their husbands, so the two son-in-laws in the house. And in India they are respected with, at least I hope. So in China they have the dinner, and then these two son-in-laws have to wash the dishes. And one son-in-law is Chinese, the other of course is Indian. The Indian guy is outraged. What the hell?
Show
I'm
dick some
supposed to
respect.
do the dishes. He's outraged. It's like a huge cultural shock. But then he has to do the dishes for the whole family, maybe 10 people's dishes. He and the other guy has to wash. Can you believe it? And this is a real story. And this guy is like masters and USA doing good and all that. And it just happened to him in China.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this is the whole, but this may be a one part of China, maybe Sichuan or Wuhan or somewhere it's happening. Yeah.
Man, Anil, you're really deep. I didn't know that much, but yeah, that's interesting. I don't think anybody in the chat knew that. Why China degrades so much, what Jinping is doing, busy in peeping Taiwan. Indian women also controls gold reserves of household. It is true. Anil, I think you may have seen this report a couple of years ago that the incremental balance of women in rural areas is increasing way more than men, right? Even though their participation in labor force is still low. Where are they getting all this money in their bank account from? That report, by the way, chat, was from SBI, right? So they're taking men's
Right.
money and putting it in their own account. Okay, so anyway,
Right.
so moving on. So I have some content related to Atul Subhash that the community wanted me to react to hard. Okay, I don't know why they're so concerned with it.
Yes.
But before we go there, I think we will not sit on this long. We'll move on very quickly. But just to talk about Trump and also just for a minute, okay. And I want to put this on record. This is something we played before, but
No, I know all this data because I studied you. I am studying US elections since last 15 years.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
but
since
Anil,
2010. So
Anil,
I kind of know this data. Yeah.
I
But
have
show
to
it for the audience.
You know, they have also seen it in the last stream, but I have to show something additional. Okay, so I'm repeating one part. Okay, so I want you to
Right.
take this for context first. Okay, so here you go.
2012, 53%. And in the last two major election years, that percentage held steady at 55%. But in 2023, that number dipped below 50% for the first time since 2005. And you'll notice right here, they've started to lean more Republican. And that's partly because of one specific group: young men. Young men have increased their support of the Republican Party from 35% to 48%, a 13 percentage point increase in just 7 years. And this is a new trend. While 2020
Okay, so the reason why I played this chat is to establish that how men are moving towards conservatism. But what I wanted to show you was that what do men get in return for their loyalty? Okay, so they migrated in huge numbers to right wing, right? And here is Trump during the women's event speech. Okay, and I want to show you what he really thinks about men after running his whole campaign.
But after this is finished, in one of the outer rooms, they have some stuff for the women. Much better. We did this for men. And, you know, it's very unexciting having a day for men. I stood up here. It was like I reduced the speech from 10 pages to about 2 paragraphs. It was boring. It was boring as hell to tell you. Throughout our history, strong, tough.
So, Anil, so the point is, so many men voted for him. What are they getting in return? Betrayal, right? Imagine going to a Women's Day event and then insulting men in the process. So why did men think that he was a friend, right? It was always intended for him to use them for votes. But yeah, I think you were saying something about some theory. I interrupted you. What were you trying to say?
Yeah. So let me put it this way. Donald Trump, when the Me Too movement started, Donald Trump created, he pushed back on it in a big way. And he said it is scary time for young men in USA. Okay. And he also rolled back, Obama did a lot of damage. So men were getting a lot of false sexual harassment allegations. So in fact, I would suggest all the guys to read about the mattress girl, and read about her in Encyclopedia Dramatica. All the guys should somehow go. I hope that website is working. Encyclopedia Dramatica, and they should read about. I'm just typing. Read about the mattress girl. The mattress girl story. The mattress girl of a university story. She was roaming around with holding a mattress, and she's a false accuser. Female, Asian female, half Asian female, and she accused a guy of rape, and his name is Paul Newsinger or something. He's a German student, German migrant student, and interestingly, the guy won the case. Okay, so a lot of guys were getting rusticated. They were losing their careers due to false allegations in the courts. And you should read this entire story and follow. She has done a lot of nonsense. And this is where Trump, when Trump came to power, he used his, he told his education secretary, Betsy DeVos, to basically change that particular law related to campus rape allegations, because they were running these kangaroo courts to crucify men. So you can't even, there was no due process. They will just throw you out and you lose all the money, scholarship and everything, your career is gone. So this is the level of destruction that was happening. Okay, so now I'll come back to the theory of what men are going to get from Trump, or what is going on, what is the dynamics or the mathematics that is going on behind, what are the undercurrents in last 15-20 years, what is going on, because I have carefully followed US elections since 2008-9. Because Obama was a big-time male feminist and a simp, he was doing a lot of damage. See, whatever happens in USA, the damage happens to India. Okay, so we also went to US Congress to lobby to cut off funds, which we succeeded. That is a separate story altogether. So I was also invited into Republican Party county level meeting once. So I was sitting in the county level meeting in a Republican Party in the Washington DC suburb area. Okay. So thanks to the American MI. So what has happened is that men in general, all over the world, they have a certain behavior. So you do certain injustice to men, they tolerate it. Men often trust the system, their leaders. So if men voted for Obama, they trusted him. If men voted for George Bush, Obama, or John Kerry, or let's say Bill Gates, men generally trust. You screw them, they will still trust you. Just like right now, many BJP men who support Hindutva and BJP, who support RSS, they are trusting BJP and RSS. They are getting screwed in false cases, but they're still trusting this BJP government. Okay, of course, Congress is not a good party for men at all. It is like Democrats. Okay, if Congress comes to power, they will immediately throw men under the bus. However, men are not questioning the BJP right now for many of their policies, which are anti-male. So they are tolerating. So men have a lot of tolerance. You know what a man is, typical man is, he takes responsibility. He takes care responsibility for his children, for his wife, for girlfriend and parents, and the society and the neighborhood. See, something happens to your neighbor, you go, you pitch in, you take risks. So as long as men take responsibility for people around, they have power. Okay. See, you are a responsible person, you will have power directly or indirectly. You may be poor, but if you are a responsible person, you will have power. Okay, nobody can empower women, but if a woman is not taking responsibility, she won't have power. Okay, this is the fundamental equation of life. Okay, government can change it. So men have that power, they take responsibility to run the things, to protect everybody and all that. Silently they do it. It's a black man, Latino men, Latino men, how hard work they do, and the black men and all kinds of men, right? They do the work. Okay, it's not like they're criminals and drug addicts and all, right? Now, all these men, they trusted Obama. The black men trusted Obama, even though they were getting harmed. They voted for him with a hope, and they were disappointed. And before that, Bill Clinton or George Bush, even both the right wing and the left wing, both have harmed the men, destroyed the men. Romney, men, I was talking to American guys. I was in USA during the election. I mean, before the election in the month of March 2012, I was in USA, and I was trying to talk to guys like, why don't you guys go to vote and vote for Romney, darts for Romney? We tried to create a hashtag campaign called darts for Romney website and all. But then men were like, what is the difference? Romney and Obama both are same. Mitt Romney, was the conservative guy, Romney and Obama are the same. Okay, McCain is as good as, he's worse than maybe Obama. So look, men were not seeing any difference, and they were like helpless. So what happens is like it creates a spring effect. The spring is getting charged. You take a spring and you wind it, and it is getting, the whole energy gets charged. And it is like a huge capacitor or a spring which is completely charged, right? Then what happens? Like ultimately a tipping point comes, and a point of inflection comes when that entire spring can no longer hold that energy. So it completely bounces back. And that is the time Trump appeared in the scene, and he triggered it. And that entire thing came up. And forget the Trump's first term, men were still confused. But during the second term, the younger men were very, very clear that all these politicians have, damaged us or screwed us for so long. Enough is enough. So that's a back. And these men don't want anything. See, honestly, men don't want anything. Men's expectations from politicians or life are very, very less. You know what you want? You want very less. So men know if Trump says only two sentences. See, today, what the Indian men want to, the Gen Z men, they want Prime Minister of Modi to say just two sentences. And if he says two sentences, they will be happy, even when they are getting beaten and false cases and all. See, men want their pain to be acknowledged. Somebody should acknowledge that, somebody tells that, okay, I understand your pain in an honest way. You may not solve a man, a hungry man, you tell him, you may not feed him, but you say, I understand your pain. That's more than enough for him, because he knows how to fight, how to fix his life. But when the politicians don't even give those two lines of empathy, right? So even now, I don't think men have much of a hope from Trump that way, because their expectations are so low.
Yeah, and
Right?
our audience is talking about Modi a lot. It's like men trust Modi as if he's going to feed them with his hands. But Modi didn't even believe women can file false cases. Don't blame Modi, you kangaroo. He's an incarnation of God, so he's being sarcastic.
Right, exactly.
I'm not
See, we
convinced.
guys always have kept ourselves politically isolated, in the sense like, see, we as men should be conservative,
But
okay,
Anil,
because our role as a protector. But the point is, Yeah, tell me.
Anil, so we were talking about China. You probably heard a little bit about Korea as well. Like, did you see that chart where
Yeah.
Korean men went straight south, right? And they elected this president who vowed to abolish the feminist lobby, right? It was called Gender
Right.
Equality Ministry, which is for women.
Right.
So it's like it can happen, right?
It can happen.
Yeah.
If it happened in Korea, it can happen in India. See, the
Yeah.
point in India is, I'll tell you what, it will happen. But we need enough spring, the
Correct.
spring to be charged. So we are not yet ready because of whatever reasons. But the Indian man, let me tell you, if it's a guy who is listening to me, who is, let's say, a guy who is 23, 25, 27, 28, all the Gen Z guys, or you are a guy below 30, I want you to save some time, keep some time aside to be part of a political think tank. I'm not saying join politics, but be part of a political think tank. Because in India, we have a huge political vacuum. Okay? Like the Congress party is almost dead. Kejriwal is proving to be useless, and then you have BJP, which is also not getting, not being able to hold on to its promises properly. So there is a huge political vacuum, and India is a huge country. And one more thing, what has happened, that there were a lot of other leaders, socialist leaders like Lallu and Akhilesh ka baap, jo hai na, Mulayam and all. Now, lot of, and Naveen Patnaik and all, they are also very old now. They died, or they are all getting over. Their careers are getting over. So we don't really have any real leader below 50 or below 40s or 30s. Many leaders are directionless. Okay, and I predict this directionlessness will increase because the Modi is like a supremo. He does a lot of good work. I'm not discounting Modi's good work. Okay, he has done great work, and I will say in 100 years, next 100 years, Modi will be recognized as a awesome leader. Actually, if you look that way, but
Not for men.
after Modi, not for men maybe, but the overall as a leader, the
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of things he did.
Yeah.
But Modi, Modi is also helpless. If he doesn't get enough support, I'll tell you, Indian men are also
I think Anil,
simps, right?
for politicians.
Indian men are one of the world's biggest simps, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, this is what I was.
Then why should Modi stand with you, right?
This is what I was trying to say. I think politicians basically run on demographic. Like if nobody's if they create a policy, nobody's gonna vote for them. Then what's the point of creating a policy, right? So I think it's the men who have to change their standards first for politician to say, yeah, I will support you.
Okay, I let me not miss it. I'll give you one interesting data.
Sure.
Psychological data or a social experiment. Couple of years back, sometime around 2018, I think, some professors from Canada turned up. They are all like 60s, in early 60s. These are like 3-4 professors. They liked our work, so they came. They wanted to meet us in Delhi and Bangalore. These are professors of psychology. And one professor out of them, Amar Westwood, he is very famous because he used to coach a lot of soldiers, Canadian soldiers who used to return from Afghanistan or Iraq. So he has coached such men who are traumatized in a war, who have seen people get killed, or or they have to do it, like they are soldiers. So there are a lot of videos of Marv Westwood, this professor, who had counseled, coached a lot of men in group sessions, and he was impressed with our work. So he invited us to participate in some keynote in conferences and all. So a couple of times they have traveled. So I took him and one more professor to visit Lal Killa. Lal Killa is the Red Fort in Delhi. And when we were visiting, he was looking around and people are taking selfies, and there are women and children, men, young men roaming around. And then he made a comment. He said that, here men respect women a lot. He said, it is like, women are respected so much. I see men being so nice and courteous and respectful to women. And it's a professor from, he's not a men's activist, he's a professor of psychology. And he's saying that. So I could see him say that India is a highly, gynocentric society. And, North India is even more gynocentric. Compared to South, the North is even more gynocentric. Okay. So this fact we have to keep into account. And when Indian men are simping and are so gynocentric that mere paas maa hai, mere paas maa hai, Indian men will go to war over their mom. Okay. Now, why the hell Modi will take risks? You have to give Modi cover fire. You have to give, Tejasvi Surya or somebody cover fire. See, if you don't give a politician enough protection, why will he stand for you? Why will he burn his fingers?
Yeah, Chatter was ahead of you. Even before you said it, he said North Indian MRA should not be supported. Only South
Should
Indian
what
MRA.
can you please repeat? What did he
Yeah,
write?
yeah. He
North
said
Indian?
North Indian MRA should not be supported. Only South Indian MRA.
Okay, well, if there are good MRS also, but I'm telling you, culturally, North India is so gynocentric. मेरे पास माँ है, अरे तू तो बाबू बन गया रे. All these movies, no, Ma is like all the Bollywood, Bollywood movies. Mom, guys are like, माँ मैं आ गया, माँ मैं आ गया. There's a joke on this, like that Krish movie. माँ मैं आ गया, माँ. You know, this particular culture has to be questioned. South India doesn't work that way. South Indian guys are in different. In South India, in Bangalore, it can happen like the guy and his wife are staying here, and mom is staying in another house, 500 meters away. The women and men, everything is like lot more freedom exists. In North India, it's like so gynocentric.
Yeah, Chad, by the way, we support all men. It's just we're
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about internal
True.
politics. Yeah, just want to clarify that.
No, we support all the men, but sometimes men need to be kicked.
Yeah,
With a let me put it this way:
accountability,
there are
basically.
gen masters. There are gen masters. You go to them and you ask them a profound question. What is life? The gen master has a staff or a stick kind of a thing, and he will give you a nice kick. Then he says, okay, next question, what do you want to ask? Then you ask the next question. This is, by the way, shown in a movie called Hangover. So in the Hangover movie, you see these three guys get into a monastery. They had kidnapped a monk. And the first thing they get is a sound thrashing. And that thrashing is not a rude thrashing. That is thrashing of compassion. And then that monk who thrashed them, he takes them and gives them a clue. So he helps him. So sometimes, if you are a man, and every man needs a bit of a thrashing,
But I think
and that wakes you up.
yeah, but I think that's
You know?
in general true, right? Like a right guide would not always agree with you, but sometimes give you pushback, so you learn, right? So accountability is very, very
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
And it comes from a place of compassion. Okay, so
Yes.
Anil, let's move to something controversial. Okay, so there's something
Right.
on my screen. So this is sent by Putin in our chat. Putin has been dying
Yes.
for me to react to this. Okay, so
Yeah.
after Anil, after you don't have to look at your mobile phone, like you can see the meeting screen, I think.
Yeah, I'm seeing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so after Atul Subhash, there were some women that were criticizing him a lot. And so my chat came across this.
They were saying he's writing stuff anti-woman and whatever. Yeah.
So let's take a look, and I want to get your reaction, right? So there is this very small YouTuber. I don't know why my chat thinks that she needs to be given attention. It's like totally irrelevant person. But there is
Right.
this small YouTuber. She created a video. It's like King of Insults. That's what she's calling Atul. A deceased man who.
Yeah, but
died.
we can ignore. Let's come to question. We can ignore them.
Okay.
I mean, they are bunch of psycho or crazy people. They will do whatever they want. They have free speech, right? See,
Yeah.
we respect their free speech, so they can insult us, anything they can call us, it's okay. And we will also do the same to them. That's our free speech. So we should respect their free speech, They are doing a good job. They may say bad things. Yeah.
So let's listen to it just for a minute and see what she's saying, and I want to see if you have a response for her.
Her passion, what was she wearing, what was she doing there? Everyone starts to dig up her past and her mistakes. But since this time the victim is a male, no one is ever going to point out the problematic things and very, very evil and violent things that he did. And no, this is not just some rumors or allegations that you guys are so afraid of. This is right from his very 23-year-old long essay Suicide Note. He justified the horrific case from Bengaluru where boyfriend killed girlfriend and cut her into 59 pieces. He said some men rightfully take things in their own hands and cited the case. If he can say something like this in his suicide note, I can only imagine the type of person he was. He literally said that some men will rightfully take things in their own hands. Things being chopping up their girlfriend into 59 pieces. I can only imagine the type of toxic person that he was. Just because he ended his own life does not make him the automatic victim.
Okay.
Show Dick some respect.
So, Anil, so what she's saying is that Atul wrote many, many pages of notes. Somewhere she found a section where he says that men are so helpless if nobody comes forward to help. They're trapped in a place where they may have to take things in your own hands. She's picking that part. So, Anil, so I think a more important question I would like to ask women like these, right? And I want to show this to you as well. So let's go, for example, to this news. Okay, Anil, look at what's on the screen. It says Hyderabad woman kills son and chops his body into 5 pieces after he tries to grape his own aunt. Okay, I want you to see the comments here. She delivered justice faster than the court. Okay, so they're appreciating. So let's see. Okay, Mohsin is a guy, Shubham is a guy, Curly is a girl, Sharian, I don't know what that is. Faridi Gupta is a girl, Singh Soni is a girl, Tanishka is a girl, a hyperactive psych, I don't know, and Vasha is a girl, Kul Khanya is mostly women. This whole idea that a victim of harassment is a misogynist because he justifies violence against women. It's like a pot calling the kettle black, because this is a common trend. And every time a woman commits an act of revenge abuse, right, which is that, hey, he tried to grape me, and in return, I either killed him, I chopped his private parts. Then everybody's like, yeah, let's go heroin. Okay, so let's take a look at Aku Yadav. It was like a historical case where he was accused of graping many women. He was a gang member, a gang leader, something like that. So he was stabbed 70 times in the court during the trial by the women, many women. And this is a very old case. It's, I think, 2002, 2001, somewhere around there. And there is a Netflix documentary on it now. Okay, so people can even watch that. So just look at the headline, Anil. It says, stabbed 70 times in court, why the women who killed Aku Yadav were hailed as heroes. His genitals were chopped off, Anil, inside the court, in front of the court by women, right? But they are heroes. Women are heroes for revenge abuse, right? They're appreciating this woman for attacking his son because he tried to grape her. So what is it so wrong, right? Even if, like, it's like women would basically indulge in certain standards themselves. And then it's like highly hypocrite for them to come out and start criticizing male victims who do thought crimes. Okay, so it's basically like Atul didn't even do anything. He basically put out his thoughts that, yeah, he put out thoughts what women are actually doing revenge abuse. And you're like, yeah, go girl queen. So like, what authority do these women have?
Men have ignored feminism. See, men have ignored negative parts of our feminism or the toxic feminism for far too long. And that is what they have taken, advantage of. So what has happened with feminism is the kind of literature or the kind of language that they write. Let us say you replace the word woman with Muslim and men with Hindu, or you replace the word woman with a Jew and men with Muslim. Like that, you do that permutation combination. Okay, you basically replace the man and woman with people of two religion or two ethnicities or two races, and then write down their articles. Okay, so it will come as very much racist. The language is racist and extreme. It will appear. So take just a sample article written by a feminist on any topic, and then you just instead of men and women, you call it somebody. Like somebody writes like men have oppressed women for thousands of years. Now you say Hindus have oppressed Muslims for thousands of years in India. How does it sound? Or vice versa. Okay. So the point is, these people's language is so much offensive and racist for a long time, but still men did not question it. Okay. So the onus lies on men. The source is the men. Okay. So men did not question feminism, and why they don't question feminism or women. For a man to question a woman or get into a conflict with a woman is unmanly culturally. Okay, so if it's a dispute with a man and a woman, the man is supposed to show chivalry and withdraw. Okay, so even in online forums, men won't fight women unless you are a MRA. So the MRAs are the only ones who have fought against feminists. If you see a TV debate, a right-wing guy, whether he's a Muslim guy, right-wing, or a Hindu right-wing, or Christian right-wing, in a debate against a feminist, I'm talking about old feminists, not like recent ones, old feminists. These right-wing guys, conservative men, they will always lose the debate. This has never happened with MRAs. MRAs either win the debate or they get a tie. Male MRAs. Why? Because for men, culturally, for a traditional man, fighting with a woman, arguing with a woman, especially a nasty woman. See, men can argue with a nice woman. That's okay for them. But men will avoid nasty women. That is what is culturally expected. Interestingly, Ramayana has an interesting solution. In Ramayana, Lakshman cuts off Surpanaka's nose. Okay, and so he fought with her. Actually, he did not tolerate, he didn't show his chivalry. He tried to convince her that I can't date you or marry you or whatever, but she didn't listen, so he cut off her nose, right? Now, feminists have a big issue with Lakshman. Feminists have a big issue with Lakshman. How dare he insult a woman, Surpanakha, okay? So we have analyzed all these things, instead of going into USA, we have analyzed all these things. And where, you have to deal with a nasty woman, there is a certain recommendation. However, traditionally, let's say in a village, there is a dispute between men and women. Women who quarrel near the communal tap, where women used to go with the pots to get water. Women will almost always, every week, women will fight. I have seen, as a child, I have seen in the traditional areas of a city, in my grandpa's place or somewhere, women are fighting on the street, and my mom used to say that whenever such a fight used to happen, I, as a small kid, a 5 or 6-year-old kid, will tremble. So I'm like shaking. Women are fighting and I'm shaking. Okay, imagine as a kid. Now the men folk, I'm talking about, just imagine 50 years back. I'm talking about sometime in 1975 or 1976. Women are fighting like nasty female dogs in the street, and men are like, "Chup ho jana, please, chup ho jana, please," and then men will take them inside the house. I'm not talking about North India. Okay, I'm talking about Odisha and Andhra. Okay, this is the truth. Okay, so the men will not fight with a woman who is nasty and abusive. For a dignified man, you avoid the nasty and abusive woman. And if you remember that story called Three Musketeers, where the female is the villain, that woman was so nasty, the men were not fighting with her. So one man, the main guy, he had branded her with some kind of a seal in her back or somewhere. So it's like a female criminal. They will brand her with a mark on her body. Of course, in the end, they execute her. But that is the interesting story every young guy should read. See, guys, you don't need all these new stuff from MRAs. You go into all these old stories of Charles Dickens and Three Musketeers and Don Quixote and all those stories, and Leo Tolstoy's story. You want to learn about a false case and a vulnerable man, you read about Leo Tolstoy. How much, Leo Tolstoy's story, God knows the truth but waits. I read that story as a child, and these stories helped me to be a real MR. Okay, you read all this stuff that's already there. We don't need, YouTubers telling us. YouTubers telling us new theories. The theories already exist. We have to just contextualize. Yeah, Mick.
True. I think that was a great perspective, and I think with traditional men, it's also the reason why they don't fight with women is that they're taught to internalize a behavior that makes them submissive in a way. And we were discussing that last week, is that the way traditional women define a real man is somebody that they can control, right? A real man gives me money, a real man goes to war for me, a real man protects me, a real man doesn't talk back to me. But the minute you start telling them, hey, a real woman shuts up and goes to the kitchen, now they have a problem, So I think it's really a liberal woman's world where men are trying to be, men are basically held back. You be traditional, but our women will be liberal, right? But anyway, so yeah, I think I just wanted to show that pattern. Again, this was a case also, Anil. I think we'll move on from this, but just to prove my point. So look at this news headline again, right? It's from the Tatva. Right, it says Pune woman slaps 26 times after he molested her in crowded bus. So okay, because he molested her, they say deserved every bit of it. Okay, so all I was trying to say is that when you live in a culture where news headlines publish heroism, deserving violence, because
vigilantism.
Yeah, so then you can't really criticize victims like Atul Subhash, who basically just put down his thoughts, really, right? He didn't even do anything. Right. So anyway, so we'll move on from this.
I'll put one insight here. One insight here about these incidents of violence. Okay. See, often men are also intimidated into, or men are forced into submission by telling them to take a high moral ground. So they will tell you, you are a man, right? She's a woman, but you are a man. You need to take higher moral ground. Okay, so we made a rule in our movement that we will not be taking any high moral ground. So just imagine what feminists have done. There's a word called bitch, right? The bitch, female dog. So they have taken over that word. They appropriated that word. Then they did slut walk stuff. They appropriated it, right? They appropriated. So then we had a MRA, big time MRA in Delhi called Swarup Sarkar. Okay. So we were all like brothers, okay? All NGO guys were brothers in those days. We are all like, chalo, so like one big community. So Swarup Sarkar, and a bunch of guys at evening 8 p.m. in Delhi, somewhere on the road, near some lamp post, holding the lamp post and shouting, he may criminal who? So he's appropriating ke मैं हूँ आ रहा है क्या है? All men are criminals, then I am criminal, right? What do you do? You have called us, right? All men are criminals, all men are toxic who? So appropriate, you make a t-shirt called I am toxic. Britney Spears had a song called Toxic, right? So you can say I'm a fan of Britney Spears, so I am toxic. Now deal with it, okay? Right? You can have a t-shirt in Amazon. We can have I'm a man and I'm a fan of Britney Spears and I'm toxic. Deal with it. Now, once you appropriate that particular stuff, then the opposite party is like, what to do with him? Like they are disabled. Okay. So मैं क्या करूँ? मेरा mind criminal जैसा काम करता है. मैं criminal, मेरा mind animal जैसा काम करता है. What can I do now? Help me. I've not done anything, but I'm thinking like that. I'm getting that urge to think like that. What to do? The criminal justice system is meant for criminals. It's not meant for good guys. So I ended up thinking like them because my close friend is a criminal lawyer. So I am roaming around with criminal, and it's a fact, by the way. The lawyer friends in those days, 20 years back, they were the defense lawyers of gruesome case. Some maid servant had committed some crime where she chopped off body of some landlords and all that kind of, huge, like you are roaming around criminal justice system. Your friends are criminal lawyers. So what are you thinking about? Like your mind will work like that only, I mean, now you deal with it. If females are saying that we are roaming around with exposing, WHORE or SLUT kind of a thing, then we think like that. Fine. So you think that way, we think this way. Deal with it now.
Yeah.
You appropriate everything. So if they can manipulate language, we can do. They can do thought policing. We can do thought policing. They appropriate words. We can appropriate. See, we did manspreading. So we appropriated manspreading. Wherever we go, we sit with 10, 20 guys. We sit in a bench and we spread our legs and we say, man spreading, deal with it now.
Yeah, I saw that campaign. I don't know if I tried to look it up, but it's not showing. But I remember you guys did a campaign that with the man spreading, then like I think the way you did underwear burning, like you keep doing this. Yeah. Okay, so I know. So by the way, before I go forward, how much time do you have?
No, I can give you time. Half an hour, 40 minutes. Fine.
Okay, so there are three very important things I want to
see. Our goal is to help men. Our goal is to help young men think. See, young men have a lot of time. I would only suggest for young men, be patient. Do brahmacharya, whatever it means. Read about brahmacharya. And there is a movie called Brahmachari, maybe. I have not seen that movie, but that used to be, a question in dumb charades. And then the guy used to act like, I am a brahmacharya. I want to communicate with them in my college. So they acted it out. I am a brahmacharya. So they made some hand gestures and they said, no. Then they got it, right? So you have fun with the stuff, concepts. And I will tell you, sex is not everything in life. And it's not a big thing at all. And we have a training on sexual fulfillment, by the way. We have mathematics of sex also. We have training on that also. So don't think about women, companionship, sex, and emotions, and female and all. There's a lot. By the way, guys like me, right? We have lived in socialist era. We have lived in trad era. We have lived in feminist era and single parenting era. So we have seen a lot of variance. Which I'll tell you what people would have seen in 500 years, like say 1000 AD to 1500 AD, that we have seen in 40 years. Okay, see, the world has accelerated. The things are happening in the world at an accelerated pace. So what you may see, if let's say you are a 25-year-old guy, what you see in 5 years, maybe your grandpa saw it in 50 years. Right? So be patient, slow down. Yeah, please, Mick.
Yeah, great advice. By the way, Chad, let me know what you. So, Anil, where do you want people to follow you? I think they can find you on YouTube with your tag.
They can follow Real SIFF. They can follow me at Anil Murty at Anil Murty in Twitter. That is the best place. But in Twitter, Anil Murty, there is no H. So in my spelling, which is unique to a great extent, which is actually not Andhra Pradesh spelling. So where people don't bring that extra H whenever they pronounce the sound ta, they don't put a H, they put TY. So MURTY, Anil Murty, you just go to Twitter and follow me. But I will have a YouTube thing also coming up. But there I don't speak men's rights stuff, I speak technology, travel and all that, but I will have I'll tell you, we are core men's rights. By the way, let me also put it this way. We have core men's rights, which we call whiskey model, tequila model. Then we have something called beer model, which is basically diluted men's rights. So men's rights is then diluted with technology, travel, lifestyle, movies. So that's like a beer model where the alcohol content is very, very less. Till now, we were drinking whiskey, okay, in this podcast. So we are talking hardcore stuff. See, this hardcore stuff is not palatable to normal people, okay, right? So they will just run away. So sometimes you have to then dilute it, bring the 4% alcohol model. Yeah. So that's what I will do in my own personal profile.
All right. So so Chad, if you like what Anil is talking about, you like his thoughts, please go follow him. I think this is his organization's X account, which is Save Indian Family Foundation. And let me see, where did it go? Okay, this is Anil's account, and if you want to follow him on YouTube, I think Anil, it's also the same tag, right? Real SIFF.
Real SIFF, Real SIFF had multiple guys posting, but Anil Murty, if you see that MURTY, Anil Murty, that is the Twitter ID. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So Anil, I think actually. Yeah, your personal account is not showing, but yeah, chat search with Anil Murty, you should find him. So Anil,
my Twitter ID is not showing.
Your Twitter ID is showing. I was talking about YouTube.
YouTube, it is not there. I need to start. I think.
Okay. I assure him your
But it
Twitter
will
handle.
have some other name. It won't have my name, just like you have. It has masculinity rocks. I will have some other name.
Yeah, W. Okay, Anil, I want to ask you something. So let's talk about young men, for example. Dating is a huge
Right.
problem, right? I came across
Right.
this video. Okay, let me show you something. So there was a survey done. Okay, I'm gonna play you this video right here. And let me share my screen. Give me 1 second. Chat, if you're enjoying the stream, please click subscribe. And please join our Discord. Don't make me beg you, chat. Okay, anyway. Okay, so here is the video. So, Anil, these are the dating standards of women. After you watch this, I have something to show you about dating standards of men. Okay, then I'm going to ask you a very intriguing question. I really want to see what your thoughts are. But chat, here's the video about a study that was done about difference between the dating standards for men versus women. Okay, here you go.
Gottlieb, help us here. Lori is here. She is the author of Marry Him, making the case for settling for Mr. Good Enough. Lori, look.
Anybody to settle for somebody that they're not totally in love with or physically attracted to or anything like that. The book is based on a survey where men and women were asked if they got 80% of everything they want in their ideal mate, would they be happy with that? And women said, no, that's settling. And men said, 80%, I'd be thrilled, that's a catch. And so
80% to the women you surveyed is settling?
That's settling because, the question is, what actually makes us happy in long-term romantic love? And, that's the question that I explore in the book. And I'm a journalist, so I went out and I asked neurobiologists about chemistry, and I asked behavioral economists about demographics, and I asked marital researchers and divorce lawyers.
What did they say? What did they say?
And, the thing is, we're too picky about the things that don't matter at all for long-term romantic happiness, but we're not picky enough about the things that actually do matter.
Okay, so break that out for me. What are women? It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple with men. Come on, what are women too picky about here?
Well, I'll tell you, men and women were asked what would be a deal breaker for going on a second date, and men named 3 things. They said she has to be cute enough, she doesn't have to look like Angelina Jolie, she just has to be cute enough, she has to be warm and kind, and she has to be interesting to talk to. Those seem like really valid criteria.
Ding, 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 ding. Pretty simple.
Right, okay, reasonable, right? The women came back with 300 things that would rule out a guy for a second date. And we're talking about like another 2 hours and maybe a free dinner. And they wouldn't do it.
So, right? So Anil.
The formula for happiness. See, happiness has a formula. Okay, we are men. We are men. I'm an engineer, so let me give you the formula. There's a formula for everything. There's a process and a formula how it occurs or how it happens. So happiness, peace, love. There is something there, right? In a long-term relationship, whether it's a dating relationship or it is whether it's a live-in relationship or a marriage or any long-term relationship, you will not be happy if you have expectations. Happiness, happiness is more related to sacrifice, the responsibility and the sacrifice that you make, and the responsibility that you take. That is what leads to happiness, rather than you like romantic, romantic notions of happiness. They will leave you high and dry if you relate romance with happiness. I mean, the romance goes out of the window in no time because you are bored. Okay, so the hormones are firing, you feel everything great, and also so it's like somebody trying to have orgasms all through the life. It's not possible. Something is meant to be temporary. The romantic part of happiness, so-called what you think is real happiness, is actually meant to be biologically meant to be very short. So the real happiness is when you fulfill that, the human being, what is the role of a human being, man or a woman, is that you sacrifice for future generations. You sacrifice for the children. Okay. And that is how our bodies degrade. After age of 30 or 35, the genes start triggering, which basically create aging in us, so that we are unwanted and the future generation is wanted. The small children grow up and we age. Now, if we can shut down that gene, those genes, then we will never age. That is a different scientific topic of its own. Otherwise, we are meant to sacrifice for the community, for the children. The man has to sacrifice, the woman has to sacrifice. Okay, as you are 30 or 40 or 50 and all, and finally, the universe or the earth makes gives you the puts you through the ultimate sacrifice, which is basically death. Okay, and then the new generation takes over. That is the process of life. Now you want to live, go against the nature, then good luck for you. It will work temporarily, but will never work permanently. And it makes perfect sense that men have very less expectations because they are coming from a place of sacrifice even now. Okay, so they are saying I can have very few things, like if the woman is kind to me, nice to me, gives me bit of peace of mind, and if I am losing my peace because of a fight or a struggle somewhere, she is just being kind for a, you see, telling me such few kind words. That's enough for me. That's where men are, and the women are like thousand things. See, the problem is women are unable to handle the choices that they are getting in modern life, and because they are unable to handle the choices, so they think that the more choices they exercise, the more expectations they project, and somehow the more they bargain or they negotiate, the more they will be fulfilled. But it shows that they are more empty inside. If a woman is looking 300 things in life, that means she is that much hollow inside. So she wants to fill everything up.
Yeah, and Anil, would you agree that I think usually when people talk about infatuation with love, I think your excitement for whatever it may be, romance, the other person, the sex, is at its highest when you first meet the person. But from there, it just
Right.
slowly degrades. The older the relationship gets, the less interested you are,
Right.
to the point that you might even find the person annoying almost. Like, why are they
Right.
even here, right? You start
Right.
questioning it. So the only reason I wanted to show this, right, is that women's standards are so very, very high, like, and men's are very, very low. So I wanted to show you another example. So I pulled out my
By the way, there is one small thing. One small thing. I think that the dating culture may not work in India. It is not working in USA. Maybe in India also it will not work. The way the contexts around dating thing may not work. The free sex culture that which came up in 1960s or 70s, right? Sexual liberation. So we may have need another couple of podcasts to understand in detail, like how the sexual liberation, that because everything is changing now. So can we really believe in that sexually liberated or a free sex kind of a culture without consequence? In India, you are being taxed. So if you believe in free sex, you will be taxed. So one fine day you have to pay 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs or maybe 20 lakh rupees as a tax to a woman, and then when you are paying woman that tax due to a false grape situation, and then the lawyer also takes some 20% or 30% of tax out of it. Right, you are being taxed. So the so we have to look at everything in that perspective.
Got it. And I also, so just to verify, so I think because we were listening to a bunch of
Yeah, yeah.
Americans talk, I pulled out a report from my Tinder account a few years ago. And since I use Tinder in India, it gave me the statistics about how men and women basically, give me 1 second. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll put it on my screen. Give me a second. Okay, here we go. So chat, ignore the arrows. This screenshot was not taken to show on stream. It was basically taken for my friend. So I was trying to convey a very different point there. So ignore the arrows, right? I will explain to you what you need to see here. Give me one more sec. I need to pull up one more screenshot. Okay. This may not be useful, but we can see if it fits. Okay, so Anil, so chat, watch this. Okay, this is women. This chart basically tells you on Tinder how many, like, what percentage of men do women swipe right on versus what percentage of women do men swipe right on. Okay, so women swipe right on 7% of the men that they're shown on their Tinder profile, whereas men swipe right 40% of the women. Okay, so their standards are so low that every 1 in 2 or 1 in 3 women that they see, they swipe right. And for women, it's like 1 in 10, right? So there is like a huge disparity there. So this is where we were.
What is the ratio? What is the ratio?
What do you mean by ratio? Oh, gender
1
ratio?
is to 5? Oh yeah, 1 is to 5.
No, but ratio for what? Like the
7% and 40%, right? 7% and 40%.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I think I saw one of your tweets, Anil, where I think you were talking about a very different issue, but you had written somewhere there that Indian men are sex starved. Okay. And I think you were talking about that Spanish girl, something related to that. In the middle, you slipped in something. You said Indian men are sex starved, they're desperate, right? But is there a possibility that, you know, that the sexual access that men have is really low, and that basically triggers the desperation? They lower the standards. They start begging women for attention.
Yeah.
Right. But
See,
then,
if you had done this particular survey, imagine we do a time travel to 1970s or 80s, and we do this particular survey, you would have got it 1% versus maybe 90% kind of a thing for dating. But if you had reversed it, saying marriage, then you would have got it interesting. Let's say marriage, right? How many women are swiping versus how many men are swiping, and if it is educated men or something like that, you would have got an interesting dynamic. So in India, I don't know, is this survey an Indian survey or foreign?
the Tinder survey that I showed on my screen, this is Indian.
7% and 40% is Indian.
Women like 1 in 10 guys basically that they see, and guys like 1 in 2.
Guys like 1 in 2
girls.
Women.
Yeah, women.
Girls and okay, and
women
they like
okay, 1 in 10.
Yeah.
So men are women are very picky. Essentially, it comes down to that, right? Women are very picky, and guys' standards are low. So I asked all of my guests who come here, okay, what do you think is the solution to this? Do you think you can ever come out of this trap, you know, where men are desperate, they don't get sex, and then they're dropping their standards? Can the game ever be changed, or no? What do you think, Anil?
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting question. But we have to fundamentally see, like globally, why men initiate, why women do not initiate. There are multiple reasons behind it.
Okay, and
but
before you go forward,
yeah.
So I think you picked a nerve right there, right? You said it's because guys initiate. Do you think? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that the reason why women have oversupply of men, it degrades their value? Anything you oversupply, right? You degrade.
Yes. I'll tell you what and how to reverse it. I can tell you the formula.
Okay, before you go,
as if I'm a pickup artist. Okay, imagine I'm imagine SIFF is a big pickup artist forum of millions of men. Then that is the formula. So it's like a stock market. So what often happens, men is, by the way, this is a part of our training. See, what happens is that men don't have a real assessment of the sex, okay, the amount of sex that they need, or they are likely to get. Okay? Men don't have they don't do a real assessment. So they have an absolutely absurd kind of an assessment. Okay. So once I made a very outrageous statement, around 10, 15 years back. So not for the current generation of men, I'm talking about previous generation of men who rarely used to date. Okay. So they used to have arranged marriages. So I'm talking to arranged marriage crowd mostly. And I told them, can you believe it? Most probably a man has sex only 500 times in a year, in lifetime. It is actually between 500 to 1500. So that's what I said. And men were outraged. Men were outraged that how can you put such a small number? Only 500 to 1500, that is the amount of, that's what you get. And you calculate it, that's what it will come out to be over 30 years period of time. Okay. So let's say you are 25 till 55. That's what you are getting. Okay. If you take an average man. Now these guys are like, no, that's not possible at all. This is not like, so men are essentially, they're basically thinking of a very big astronomical number like 5,000, 10,000 kind of a number. So I see men, they themselves, right? As a man, typically, traditionally, you're supposed to brag about your exploit and you have to show yourself like a big playboy or whatever. But if you do a reality check, if a man has 1,500 or 2,000 or 500 or 1,000, most probably that is an okay number. Okay. So what men are doing is they are bidding for 10,000. Okay. They are bidding for 10,000. Every man is bidding like you want 5 stocks of L&T, but you go online and you try to bid for 500 stocks of L&T. Obviously, it will create a shortage in the stock market. Okay, obviously the L&T price will go up, right? So you basically you slow down and you start bidding for quality and quantity and all. You start bidding very less amount. Then the supply and demand equation will work for you. So why do you go and reduce your value? And by the way, this is what MRS do. And MRS, what happens with MRS? I will give you real data. MRS are not pickup artists, but I will tell you, MRS have more phone numbers of females in their phones than any man can imagine. You know how many female phone numbers in my phone right now? I mean, maybe hundreds and thousands. And I won't call them. Okay, I won't call them, and they know that this guy won't call. But I have that many because see, the more you are bidding, okay, the more you are bidding, this is how you are devaluing yourself.
Yeah. So Anil, so I think you're the first. So are you agreeing with me, right? If men stopped approaching, women will have to come to us, and the supply demand issue will be changed, right? So then essentially the market distribution is,
See, I'll tell you some more formulas, which is pick-up artist stuff, but I should not say. But I'll tell you one thing for spicy stuff. See, women are curious in nature. By nature, women are curious. Okay?
No, before you go, Anil, so anyway, I was going there. Okay, so I'm gonna let you say that. So
right. Yeah.
Every time I've challenged the guys in Manosphere, and I said guys can change the market. All they have to do is stop approaching. Women will come to you.
Yeah.
Right. Everything will change. Life will be better.
Yeah.
Right. And I said, it has to be done collectively, right? Just like group mentality has to be developed. One guy doing it will not help, but if more guys did it, like, just understand logically, that's how the problem will be solved. Okay. So they're like,
no, see, the point is, if you get trained in the so-called game and all that, keep on approaching every woman in that place, like that guy in Friends. Who is that guy in Friends? Joey. You behave like that kind of a guy, then you are not going to get anything, right? You are basically devaluing yourself.
Yeah, so true. So every time I bring this up to Manosphere guys, they go like, no, there is no way men can do this, because it's like I think they believe in stereotype. They think biologically men are so desperate they'll never stop approaching women, but also biologically women are not that desperate for sex, so they will never approach men.
That's not true.
That's not true. So this is where you were going. So so tell everybody why you think it's not true.
I have a lot of data. So people think I only do men's rights. No, I really get into people's lives. I mean, people's lives 360 degree, not just male victims or MRA. I get into. See, I'm a kind of a guy. I'm a kind of a guy.
Anil, first time today you get to play a pickup artist. So please tell everybody why.
Right. I mean,
women are just as desperate for sex as guys are, right?
Yeah. Yeah, true. It's yeah, but the way they want, right? That can be very very different in a way. Like their rituals and their mating strategies are different. Okay, so I have seen people. I have seen people who are very good in these kind of art, both unmarried and married guys. I know personally. Close to me, friends and all non-MRAs or maybe not many MRAs, but I've seen people closely, and I'm a kind of I'm as curious as a child. When I try to learn like what the hell is going on, the psychology of it. I often don't tell this, but what I can say is that men need patience, and it is not like a target or anything. It's not like that American Pie movie where those guys are had a pact and they had a targets, and all the guys are trying their own way, including Stifler, and one guy ends up with Stifler's mom. Lot to learn. Okay, so but it's not like targets. See, that's where you go in the wrong direction. That you have set targets and creating pressure and all that kind of a thing, and you then see, females are smart. Understand one thing: females are smart. Females are strategically far ahead of you. Okay, often I wonder how the hell this 25, 26-year-old female is so smart. When I see a court case, like the female has filed false case against her husband, and I'm like, come on, I'm like 45 or 50. I can't think like her. Like, she's so smart. And she may be uneducated or she may be just a graduate or whatever. Like, females are really brilliant. And sometimes, the feminists and others, like other females, they think that we believe that females are not smart, and they ask us like, what do you think about who is more smarter, men or females? Like, of course girls are smarter, of course they are.
Yeah,
They- they-
I think Anil, I think their smartness is driven from self motivation.
survivalistic.
No, I think it's not just survivalistic. I think it's also they like to control everybody and anything and everything they can for the purposes of deriving self.
And they have lower moral standards.
Correct.
They have lower logical and moral standards.
But would you say that that's because of the way they're raised? Because guys are always raised to assume that they have responsibility of
Yes.
religion, family, society. But women are like, you just take care of yourself, forget everybody else, right? So they have low moral standards.
See, the guys, generally the problem with guys, most of us, is that we form habits, and which works for us. We form habits, we become predictable. So the side effect of having good habits or strong habits or discipline and all that is that we become predictable. Okay, and that's so. But if a guy is unpredictable and vague, and if a guy has certain interests which are very different, then the females get curious. Okay, and somehow it looks like, I'm not saying it's a formula, but it's like for many females, they want to remain curious about the man. Okay, or the man's conversations, and many times, often men don't provide that curiosity to the female because it requires skill to be that way, and men don't invest in creating that uncertainty, that thing, unless somebody is a stand-up comedian or somebody is into that kind of a profession which requires them to develop that kind of a thing. Like, let's say somebody is a movie reviewer, or somebody is a certain kind of a musician, or certain kind of something. So that is why some of these guys tend to have like let's say gym instructor. What kind of a thing does he do that you're the tattoo artist or a cocktail maker or a musician kind of a guy? What is that there is and by the way, that's a stereotype. It's not like they are all getting laid, but the point is there is something simple. Okay?
Yeah, and
many guys don't invest their time and effort into that particular aspect of life.
True. And Anil, so I think I want to move to our next topic. I want you to address something very important.
By the way, can I tell you something? By the way, this is a real data, because I can declassify because so many years are over.
Yeah, I think
When
Anil, you're also right about, I think what you said is that women are having way more sex than guys. So I had put it on my screen, right? So this is like the
Right.
NFHS survey that had come out, and they had specified the percentage here, Anil. So, Chad, if you look at this, right? I think I'd shown this before as well. It was like, let's see, where is it? Give me 1 second. Okay, so Anil, check this out, right? 1% of men aged 25 to 49 had sexual intercourse before age 15, 6% before age 18. And by age 25, 52% of men have had sexual intercourse by age 25 to 49. So let's compare that
and
data.
for women, what is the data?
Yeah, so let's see where that data is. Chat, can you see? I was right here, right? Yeah, let me see where it is. Okay, so, okay, Anil, I found it. So for women, they've had, so I'll compare it. Chad, I'll make it simple, okay? So 10% of women have had sex before the age of 15. That number for men is 1%. It's 10% for women, so 10 times more, okay? And 6% of men have had before the age of 18. That same number for women is 39%. 6% versus 39%, right? So there's like a huge gap. So clearly, I think they like to project women as, chaste, conservative, not desperate. Oh, these women are wonderful, or whatever it might be. But the reality is very different. So women are just as desperate for sex, and I think it is how it is, right? Like, I think even more than guys, to be honest. So
Right.
anyway, so Anil, I want to move on. I want to ask you something super important. Okay, now we are trying to develop a social media space for men, right? I'm doing it. I have certain co-creators like Professor. You might not know them, okay, but my chat knows it. So I collaborated with one person. His name is WokeBros. So he brought up a very interesting point that I disagreed with him on. And I think you are the right person to answer that, okay? So I'm going to play something for you. And I want you to tell me how accurate he is, okay? So just be patient with me. Let me just find that clip real quick. Okay, I am going to move to here, and where is Anil? So chat, who remembers? Let's just take a few from the chat actually before we go here, just so.
Right.
I think they have sent some questions as well. Give me 1 second. So what is chat saying? Okay. Let's include Professor in live as well. I think he may have something else planned, but if he's available, I'll add him. Professor, if you're watching, you can reach out. I think he has his own live today, chat. Okay. What is it? I'm ready to make an alliance with MRAs, but MRAs should also raise voice and protest against the free bus tickets and half-price tickets, which women benefit, and other features that they get. We do. We talk about it all the time. Yeah, we talk about it all the time. In Bangalore, actually, they have raised the ticket price because it's free for women, and for men the prices have gone up. But anyway, so let's keep reading. Stifler ends with Finch Mom later. My only disagreement with MRAs is, even after knowing female nature and how evolutionary they behave, why do we awakened men still want to fix marriage and chase marriage? Just abandon the whole idea. So this is actually where I was trying to take Anil with WokeBros.
No, I mean, I'll answer this. I'll answer these two things about bus ticket and MRA. See, Indian MRA and MGTOWs get along. Okay, so the MRA and MGTOW, there's an overlap. In the Western countries, In USA, they are too separate. They don't like also each other. They get along. I have met somebody who gets along, but online forums, the MGTOW and MRS fight. So I have a theory here. See, the male bonding in Asian culture, Indian culture, South Asian culture, Arabic culture, the male bonding is good. Okay, we don't shame men if they bond with each other. We don't do homophobic shaming. Okay, if men sleep in the same bed, three men are sleeping in India, it's okay. So these Western countries have an extra burden on men, okay, and misandry and all, because in our culture, so we are all okay with there's a lot more bro culture which exists in Asian countries and South Asian or Arabic countries and all. Let's say I'm meeting an Arabic guy, Arabic friend. In fact, I met an Arabic friend in Germany after some 17 years, and we can communicate so easily because we have that bro culture which is there where it's easy, right? So we have to bring that call upon that particular thing here. But coming to the bus ticket campaign, let me put it this way: we guys don't just start a campaign because we need focus. So we pick and choose. We often wait for a moment for a campaign to start. Sometimes we wait for 10 years or 15 years before we start a campaign. Okay. So we have an idea, we just allow that idea to simmer on a stove for maybe 5 years, 10 years. It's there. It's there. We patiently wait for the right time to come so that it is launched. For example, we have a truck going around Bangalore last 1.5 months with Atul Subhash picture and banners and all. Do you know this is an idea of 2012? So this is the 2012 idea we launched now. We had money. We could have done it 10 years or 5 years back. We had the money, but we did it now because we waited for the society to be receptive. Okay, before we bring a truck outdoors, we wanted the society to have that sense of receptiveness. And we had a systematic data collection that how receptive the society is. So once we found that the society is receptive, we got the truck on board and we will do it in multiple cities. Because if the society is not receptive and you are doing this, then they may tear it down, they may it may not work, it may bounce off, right? So this is all somewhat mathematical or modeled in the background. So similarly, the bus campaign we may start, but we have to see a right pathway which is optimal. There is a science behind optimization. Optimization theories are there which are done in factories and production optimization. So we have an optimization, and let me tell you, for example, I'll give a hint. First, we have to connect to the cab drivers and auto drivers who are getting harassed by the women. Women are threatening them, harassing them, assaulting them. So whenever I go in a cab, if it's like a half an hour or 1 hour, I start a conversation around harassment that they are facing from men and women. And then these cab guys open up because they can trust me. I know how to, give that vibe so that they open up, right? So then I collect the data about how many cab drivers may be potentially facing this situation. So we get the cab drivers on board. Basically, we have to hijack the communists' base constituencies. The communist parties, they always infiltrate into unions. So we have to take over the unions, which are mostly men. Okay, the poor men and the unions of the factories and unions of the vehicles. We have to take over. So that is the strategy. We have to strategically take them over, and then we have to launch that entire juggernaut on the political system and onto the these places where they are discriminating poor men. Okay, so the people who are laborers or carpenters, and the bus drive, the cab drivers or auto drivers or the factory workers, we have to engage them. We have to have a separate websites to engage them, maybe because they have separate need compared to other MRA. So we need different separate MRA portals or subreddits or whatever. So for young men, Gen Z men, there is one category, men who are facing DEI, that is another category. These men who are doing, these jobs, the Zomato drivers or the food delivery drivers, and these men who are earning 10, 15, 20, 30,000 rupees, we need to engage them. We need to create a base, just like Trump created a base, right? MAGA base. So we have to create a base there, and that base has to take on the bus ticket difference. Now we have to be very very patient. It may take 2 years, it may take 5 years, but we have to wait patiently. If it's not like it's like a warfare in the ancient times, right? You think about a guy called Bismarck, what he did in German reunification, or you think about the Arabic Empire. You have to sometimes wait for decades, or patiently you have to wait. So I have told men that our battle is for next 150 years or 200 years. So we have a plan. We have a plan. We have a long-term plan. It's not like you change everything in 2 3 years. You create a men's commission, and the men's commission changes everything. You do a run de basanti, everything changes, and then you are like back to square one, being gynocentric in a nuclear family, bringing up 3 children, and then losing all your friends. It should not be that way.
Oh, yeah, I think, and I think, Chad, one thing we should learn from Anil, he's been doing it for decades. Anil, it's been like 20 years, maybe more for you, right? And you've been slowly working up to raise the movement, which basically benefits all men. But men become very hopeless very early, right? They will just like, oh, things will never change. There's no need in trying. But like you've been working up, like, and you made a lot of changes, right? All of this happened.
Mick, I will also put one data here, one fact here.
Sure.
See, the world doesn't work in a linear way. Okay, so there is always non-linearity. That often our education doesn't make us trace non-linearity. So how do you trace that there's a point of inflection, or there's a turning point? There is a see the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire fell in just 20 years. The empire after Aurangzeb fell in just 20 years. What did it happen? So if you are a man who can sense something non-linear, okay, like how a video goes viral, or how we are able to make breakthroughs into media or TV sometimes, and how we get 300 articles in the media. See, there is a science or mathematics behind how the non-linear things work. Okay, so that is actually faster. So slower is faster. So that is how there is a way that you can sense that this thing will going to change. Or like the way Modi came to power in 2013, that was rather unexpected. Okay, I mean, in 2 3 years, entire situation changed. So often we do not sense it. Okay, often we think everything in a linear way, like a corporate incremental 5% increase in growth. No, sometimes a movement like Trump's evolution in political sphere is completely non-linear. Out of nowhere, he came and he took over everything. Elon Musk, how did he end up from 180 million to like 300 400 billion? How did he end up? No mathematics will explain you that. I mean, mathematics can explain you if you understand how the nonlinear things work. And certain people, if they train themselves from the young age, like say 20 25, then you will be able to figure out how to, leverage. You can sometimes get a huge leverage, but then there are windows. There are windows of like let's say somebody invested in Nvidia stock maybe a couple of years back, and he knows it. So there are people in stock market and all, like they talk about multi-bagger doing 10x, 20x. I have also done some things like that. Okay, but the point is there is a fundamental thing that works behind it. If you learn it as a MRA or a core MRA or a strategist, then you can use this. Otherwise, you will be struggling. You may put a lot of effort, but you will be frustrated, struggling, and then your own people will not believe in you. Yeah, mate.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. So, okay, so Anil, so talking about MGTOW, I think you mentioned you have a lot of overlap with MGTOW. So I want you to meet my buddy here, WokeBros. This is somebody I collaborated. Okay, now I'm going to play.
But is he Indian or a foreign guy?
Yeah, he's Indian. He speaks Hindi. Half of his chat
Okay.
hates me for speaking English. Okay, like that's
Okay.
how much of a Hindi audience he has. Okay, so Anil, I'm gonna skip through several timestamps. Okay, and I want you to listen to them. But before you listen to them, Anil, I want you to answer a quick question in short. How many men who are victims of these false marital cases reach out to you on a monthly or yearly basis? And for how long have you been attending to them? Can you like give a number, maybe a ballpark? How
Yes.
many? Yeah.
Yes. So if let's say men facing marital problems, it can be false case, it can be child custody problem, or it can be many things. But men facing marital problems, I think 10% come to the men's movement. Okay, so 1 in 10 reaches out to men's movement till now. I'm not giving latest data up after this last year. I'm talking about traditionally 2015, 16, 17, 18. 10% reach to the men's movement. Others don't reach out. They go to lawyers or they do whatever they want. 10% reach to men's movement, and maybe 1 to 2% reach to. Oh, so 10% or 20% reach to SIFF.
Okay.
But
So
SIFF, and if you take the other NGOs which share the same DNA, we all may be having around 60% of the men. Like
okay.
all the NGOs which use the name like Protect Family, Save Indian Family, Protect Family, these kind of names you hear often. Those group of NGOs, if you take everybody together, they may have totally 60 to 70% of these men.
Okay.
So that means we are getting 6 to 7% of all the men facing marital problems
So how many
and false.
how many is that in some like thousands? Like how many thousands are we talking about
60 to 70,000 in a year.
in a year? And how long have you been doing attending these men? Like how many years has it been?
I mean, initially, I'll tell you, first couple of years we had only annually 1,000 or 2,000, and we had Yahoo groups and all with 5 6,000 and all. So we got 40,000. See, from 100 in 2005 beginning January, we reached 40,000 2009.
Okay.
So 40,000 is total members. Okay,
Uh-huh.
total members.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So imagine every year that means we were easily getting 10,000 or so.
Oh,
So
okay.
right now we are getting 60 to 70,000. So 20 years, you just see 20 years. So initially, of course, we got 500, 600 in 2005, but soon it was in thousands.
So
So I would have counted.
you
Yeah.
have easily crossed, or maybe at least close to 1 million by now. Is how many men you have attended over the years, or in hundreds of
Personally,
thousands?
personally, I have crossed 10,000.
Okay.
And Pandran Katti would have crossed 8,000, and another Rajesh Vakaria would have crossed 15,000 because he's more centrally positioned in Nagpur. And there are all other MRAs. If I take all NGOs, let me put it this way: a minimum 2 lakhs, maximum
Okay.
maximum can be 7 lakhs.
Okay, so 700,000. And personally, you've attended 10,000. Now, I want you to listen to my friend here, WokeBros, who has a friend, and he believes that because his friend was able to survive under certain circumstances, all men in that situation can get the same outcome. Okay, so before you give comments, Anil, I want you to listen to the whole thing. I'll skip through several timestamps. I want you to listen to all of them, and then let me know, based on your experience, what you think about it. Because I think it's important that if people are going to be talking about men's rights, and if they really care about them, they should take the time to learn from the actual experts who have experience, or learn from the actual research, right? So, chat. So, did you?
And not only research, victories. We have got awesome victories. I have never shared the victories. Unlike female MRAs, but we have unbelievable victories.
Yeah, and you do have it, and that's exactly the point I'm making, because WokeBros is also talking about victories, okay?
Yeah.
But I want you to, I want to see if you agree with his narrative of victories. Okay, so chat, be patient with me. I'm just gonna skip through several timestamps. Okay, so let's go to 15 first. Okay, 15. Okay, and first, Anil, let me know if you can hear this.
तो मैं बस यही बोल रहा हूँ कि अगर आप नेगेटिव्स काउंट करने निकल गए तो
You can't hear. Okay. That is a real problem. Okay, how about now?
from bad. You have that capacity.
Okay. So I'll start playing. We'll go through probably 5 timestamps. So chat, this is the first one. How many of you remember watching the WokeBros live? Okay, and we were having a little bit of a debate. Okay, let's see this.
कि अगर आप नेगेटिव्स काउंट करने निकल गए तो सर मैं ये बता देता हूँ आदमियों के लिए कोई भी लॉ नहीं है. Let me be very clear.
So
आदमियों के लिए कोई भी लॉ नहीं है.
So how do you think you will get a law or a change if you are convincing yourself to accept the status quo? Like if you don't have the courage to say no. Like, I think no is the most powerful word you can say in the entire world, right? Business raises its prices. You said no. So the only way they can exist in business is if they drop the prices. But if you're if you're emotional about it, like, and people do manipulate with emotions, right? I think this Ola founder tried to do it, but he failed, right? The amount of sacrifice to get us to this stage, right? It is food and water, but now we need to struggle to personal life. No, you didn't say no if you were like, chat. I'm skipping through that. Let's get to the point. Over me, right? Adapt to think a system, like. Does that make
And
sense?
the system will never change. System कभी नहीं बदलने वाला है. The only reason is because मैंने पहले भी बहुत बार समझाया है, politics runs on emotions, and all our emotions are geared towards women. They will always be like that.
Okay, Anil, I want you to listen to a few more times, Sam. But first thing I want you to note, chat, you also, is that I told him that men should accept that marriage is a bad choice. WokeBros believes that we should, we should not count the negatives and continue to marry anyway and fight the system. And so I simply asked him, like, how can you change the system if you keep submitting to it, right? You don't challenge it. And so his response is, and this is what I want you to note first, he says, system will never change, so there is no point in trying. Okay, like, essentially is what I'm getting out of it. Right? Then I want you to listen to one of his friend's stories. So ideally, what WokeBros' argument is that the way men should fight the system is not by avoiding marriage, but by fighting the false cases. And it's his inherent belief that the only reason men end up like Atul Subhash, or let's just say they lose cases, is simply because they're mentally weak. They don't know how to fight the cases. They don't have the knowledge. They don't take the time to learn. Like it's their fault. And if they stood up for themselves and fought really, really hard, all of them will succeed. They will get out without paying alimony. Okay, like nothing will happen to them. So I'll play those timestamps just so chat knows that I'm not making this up. Right? And Timir is also in the chat. What is he saying? Thank you, bye. Okay, so Anil, what we have to look forward to after we go through these timestamps, Timir also shared his story. He's somebody who's won a victory as well, right?
Right.
And we want to contextualize all of these details to see how realistic of a solution this is, right? So let's go through those timestamps. So we heard one. He says 29:35. Okay, let's go there.
तो हमारी कंट्री जो है बिल्कुल भी सेंसिटाइज नहीं है टुवर्ड्स मेन. दे फील लाइक कि मेन बिल्कुल डिस्पोजेबल जेंडर है यहाँ पे, और अगर बुरा हो रहा है तो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, इक्का दुक्का केस है. बट देन मैं लोगों को ये भी बताता हूँ कि जो लोग जुडिशियल केसेस में फंस जाते हैं, लीगल केसेस में फंस जाते हैं, तो ऑलमोस्ट 1,20,000 1,30,000 करीब आदमी हर साल अपने आप को ऑफ कर रहे हैं. सो दैट्स अ बिग डील. बट देन अगेन फिर मेरी बात की ऑपोजिट ये जाएगा कि यार अगर इतने आदमी ऐसा कर रहे हैं तो फिर मैं शादी करने के लिए क्यों कह रहा हूँ लोगों को, राइट? दैट अगेन बिकम्स अ क्वेश्चन कि यार एक तरफ तो मैं ये कहता हूँ कि इतने सारे आदमी ये हैं वो हैं. नहीं, प्रॉब्लम है मेंटल स्ट्रेंथ की. प्रॉब्लम यहां पे आ जाती है. अगर एक आदमी के पास मेंटल स्ट्रेंथ है तो लीगल सिस्टम उसके सामने कुछ भी नहीं है. आदमी प्रेशर के नीचे दब जाते हैं और ऐसा फील करने लग जाते हैं कि दे आर नॉट इनफ, उनके पास इतनी ताकत नहीं है, उनके पास ये नहीं है वो नहीं है. when all you really need is to fight back against the system in a very careful manner. लेकिन मैंने यही देखा है कि जो भी फ्रॉम पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस आई एम टेलिंग यू, मैं ऐसे केसेस को जानता हूं जहां पर लड़कों से 50 लाख 55 लाख 55 लाख रुपीस एलिमनी डिमांड करी थी. गेस व्हाट द गाय सेज? द गाय सेज ठीक है, जो करना है कर लो, 5 रुपए भी नहीं मिलेंगे, डू वॉट एवर यू वॉन्ट. जेल में भेजना है. द गाय वेंट टू जेल. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट वन ऑफ माय फ्रेंड्स. मैं लेकर आऊंगा उसको यहाँ पे पॉडकास्ट पे. द गाय वेंट टू जेल. He got beaten up in the police station. Guess what he said the next day? 5 रुपए भी नहीं दूंगा, उखाड़ लो जो उखाड़ना है.
So
and after 7 years, just a second, after 7 years, he's paid 35,000 rupees और भगा दिया उनको वहां से. 7 साल के बाद लेकर आऊंगा यहाँ पे सामने में, सबके बीच में लेके आऊंगा.
Okay, so second point, Anil, I want you to note, and this is something
important topic I want to respond.
Okay, so before you respond, right, I just want to summarize what he said, and then there's one more thing. So I actually would prefer you listen to the third.
No, I understand. No, I understand. I understood. Let the audience also you summarize for that.
Yeah. Okay, so summary, right? The context he's arguing in chat is that these are minor cases that men end up in marital disputes, and when these minor cases happen, it's men can always get out of it if they fight it. It's just that they don't fight it, they don't learn it, they're mentally weak, and because of that, they end up giving up, right? That's why they lose. But if they fight it, all of them, they can win, all of them, right? It's like the ideal representation. So he gives an example of his own friend who was successful in it. We have Timir in our chat. He was successful in it. But I asked him a question right after this. I was like, how realistic it is for most people who fall into this trap? Like, what is the success ratio of the people who take this approach? Now, Anil, I want you to answer, right? You said you personally attended 10,000 men.
No, this is awesome. This is awesome stuff.
I agree with him, by the way. I think men should fight.
Yeah, but I'll respond. Yeah, this is very important.
Yeah, so, but before you answer, I want you, so you said you personally attended 10,000, your NGOs overall combined have attended 2 to 700,000 men overall, and you teach
all the NGOs.
Yeah, and you teach all of them to fight. You teach them the best of the tactics, best of the strategies to come out. How many of them are able to get out without paying a single penny or paying minimal alimony, versus how many of them lose their children, pay maintenances for years and years, lose alimony, all of that, right? Like, what is the percentage amount or ratio?
Yeah. So okay. See what he said, right? That technically, theoretically, see, he said the first thing is that this system will not change. Forever, it will never change. Okay. So when we say never, let's look at time stamp. The way the things are, it will not change in decades. It may get worse, but it will not change. Last 20 years, we have seen, we have fought battles, we have won battles, but then we were pushed back. So system will only get worse and worse. Given the way Indian society is, he's right there. However, he's saying get married, get false cases, and you learn how to fight, which we do. I know at least thousands, 2,000-3,000 cases where men have got victory. They have given 0-1. The latest case which we know, after 6 years, the man is not paying any money as alimony. In fact, he's getting some money, small amount of. He said that 35,000 rupees he paid. In this particular case, the man is getting 40,000 rupees from the wife as a token. Okay, right? And there's a child also. So the thing is, this is a victory, right? And these guys are in Twitter. Okay, these guys who are getting these victories have like 5,000-10,000 followers, by the way. So they are leading all our campaigns. Okay, I know a guy, NRI guy, long time activist. His wife wanted $5,000 a month alimony. Do you know how much she got in Supreme Court level settlement? 3.5 lakhs one time. Okay, so she wanted every month $500,000, and she went one time for $4,000. How did it happen? This man filed 11 counts of perjury in the Supreme Court, and all. See, we have done all that kind of thing. Now, what is the percentage? Okay, what is the percentage? See, before I go there, let's come from a point of empathy for the men. See, the destruction of men, it doesn't happen during false cases. We think false cases are destroying men. It is actually not true. Okay, that is the biggest irony. The false cases of rape or false cases of 498 dowry, they do contribute to destruction for sure. But in a culture like India, where there is so much of poverty, so much of misanthropy, so much of pressure on men, the destruction of men is programmed into them since childhood. Okay, you are programmed. It's like you are being constantly, poked or poisoned, or you are being timered. So there's a timer which is being put. So this destruction or seed of destruction is being put at every step. I have met men who are of my age talking about, not self-deletion, but deletion in a positive way, or rather exit from the world in a positive way. Death in a very positive way, they are talking. Happily married guy. Then I'm like, Oh, I will retire, and after that 2 3 years, the guy said casually. Philosophically, we need to ask that this man who has a so-called everything going perfectly, I ask often, how many of my fathers, colleagues and friends are alive? At what age they died? I have data. Many of these guys died soon after retirement. Soon after retirement, they died within 1 to 3 years. Why did they die soon after their retirement? In early 60s or late 50s. At one point of time in India, men used to retire at 55. Okay. I mean, 20 years back, 30 years back, retirement age was 50, 55. Then they made 58 and 60 and all. So the men are programmed. Programmed. It's like some birds or some insects. They are programmed to procreate and they die, or the female eats them. Right. This is a kind of a thing that is going on. Okay. And so when the guy is coming to me or coming to us, he is already seriously programmed. By the way, Atul Subhash, that's not the case. Atul Subhash is a Bhagat Singh. Okay, he's a different guy. His story is very different. It is very difficult to say what he was thinking, or he may be thinking something else, because this guy is so practical, so calculated, that he may have calculated all the things, including this podcast that we are doing. Okay, he is so accurate in his things. But I'm talking about other guys. The men are so much, for example, men are so much, their egos are so much under attack by their own parents. You know what Indian parents do? Indian parents destroy their sons. The Three Idiot movie is all about destruction of Indian men. Even though Amir Khan, we don't like him, but Three Idiot movie, these guys are not married, so who is destroying them? Their parents are destroying them. Their circumstances and their parents are destroying them. Most Indian parents, even today, they program their men towards destruction. Emotional destruction, their masculinity is destroyed, or they are being controlled. Their finances are controlled. Right now, I'm coaching a guy who is an NRI. The way his parents have completely destroyed his case. So I am not fighting against the woman, somebody's spouse who filed falsehood. I'm not even fighting against the lawyers or the system. I'm fighting against the ecosystem in which the man lives. And most of the man's danger comes from his parents. And a lot of men commit suicide not because of wife filed false cases. They commit suicide because of the amount of guilt that the parents impose on him, the amount of drama that the parents do. Oh my God, because of you, we lost our face. Hello? Yeah, I'm not able to hear you.
Yeah, you're on, Anil. We can hear you.
Yeah. Tell me. Yeah.
No, go on. You were speaking.
Yeah, one thing I'll tell you, by the way, I could deal with my situation in less than 2 years. How do you explain that? And I'm talking about Pandurang Katti. In Pandurang Katti's case, his case is historic case. Historic case. It is a cited case. That case is cited when 498 is mentioned. Pandurang Katti versus State of Karnataka. Anybody can read it. Is there online. The point is this, that this percentage of people who get a perfect victory in SIFF is like 20 to 30%, not like 60-70%. And many guys, see, we bring a lot of rigor into men. We really build their masculinity, and many guys give up in that journey itself. Many guys may give up in 6 months only because they don't have the strength in them to take that. See, for example, you are being told to play some kind of a game or do trekking or do some hyperactivity, something like that, but your body is not capable of taking that. So what do? You quit. Same way, when we train a man to take on that game of fighting, let's say his emotional strength, he doesn't have that much of emotional strength, or financial, emotional, health and other things in strength, he may just quit. Let's say poor men come to SIFF. Many times they don't have emotional strength to take that, so they often expect instant results. A guy who is a postgraduate or an engineer or a techie or a sales guy, they are able to take it. But let's say a guy who is like a painter or a carpenter or a auto driver or a poor guy, I know how difficult for him to bolster the strength to fight. Okay, so another problem I'll tell you, certain men can have certain genetic pre-existing genetic or pre-existing tendency towards mental health issues. Certain men. See, mental health situations can also have a small genetic component. By the way, I don't believe that genetics plays a big role, but it can have a small genetic composition. But they may have certain traumatic incidents in your childhood or family circumstances which may make them more prone. So all these factors play out. And as he said rightly, that all men should get ready to fight. Now, let me address his pro. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me address his pro-marriage concepts. By the way, we are not recommending men not to marry. We are not recommending men to become miktam. We are saying you have a choice to be a miktam. You don't want to exercise that choice, you have a choice to marry as well. And some of our senior MRAs are married. Maybe after a gap of 6-7 years of divorce, they have remarried, and we are okay with that. Okay, so it's not like we don't give the people choice. So people should not make a hard and fast rule. However, his pro marriage situation, I think let's say a young guy comes to me who is 27, 28. He says, I want to get married. Fine, I can train him. If I train him and if he's ready to take the training, then he will not get false fornicated. He may never get case. See, forget about fighting the case. He will never get the case. There are men who came to us before the wife and he are separated. Both wife and husband are staying together, but they are or she's threatening. Once he came to me or us, we trained him such a way that his wife never filed a fornication.
But Anil,
see, there are techniques.
Anil, so you're actually on WokeBros side because that's what he's trying to do. So he basically plays
I mean his side. But the point is,
hear me out.
His thing should not land on people like that is the only formula. I'm just saying that there are multiple paths, like multiple yoga. There are multiple paths, so we have to distinguish everything rather than getting stuck into one point of view.
Okay, yeah, but I think even what he's trying to do is like, I'm trying to give men advice on how to choose the right women and identify the red flags. And if you do that, your marriage is not going to break. And if it breaks, then you have defense, you can fight and come out. Essentially, this is his proposition. So
that's correct. That's correct.
But if I want to ask you, so let's say all men came to you. How many men would you give this training to, and they will succeed in finding the right woman who never divorces them or false cases? Like what is the...
this is like a cancer, right? This is like a disease. The early you come, the probability increases. And I'll tell you, if men come early, we can reduce it 90%.
Okay. So let's say all men came to you, all of them, early.
90%.
Okay, 90% came to you early, right?
100. If 100 guys came to me, 90 of them can be protected.
Okay, but why do you think it'll be so high? Like for you to protect 90 men, 90%, it would mean that 90% of the women, would be.
No. I'm saying that let's say 100 guys let's say 1,000 guys come to me. Out of that, 100 guys are getting potentially into false cases. Okay. So the rest of the guys we don't have to worry. Let us say 900 guys we don't have to worry.
But I don't think that's the right approach, Anil. I disagree with you because we're in the men's rights activism and not to help small percentage of men. We're here to have an ideology that helps all men, right? Because otherwise we become like Andrew Tate, who would say, be the top 20% of the guys. Well, if you be the top 20% of the guys, you're not changing the entire makeup. 80% will always remain at the bottom, right? So 80% are always losing. So if you were to say that, if select guys came to me, I will ask them to identify, but it will not work for all men because essentially the problem's not with men.
No, if you want us to address all men, let me answer this way. If you want us to address all men, by the way, there is a solution which we are planning. We need to create a university of our own, online and physically. So that means it's a big area of 10 acres minimum and university, and we deliver masculinity studies courses, 3-year degree, maybe 1 year is the minimum, which is like an executive program, or 3-year degree in masculinity studies, and where we teach these professors. So the guys who get certified, they will be like WokeBros or something similar. So we need to mass produce the professors. Okay, because the feminists have got thousands or tens of thousands of professors.
But Anil,
we have to produce at least 5,000 professors.
But and I feel like you're not addressing the root cause, because essentially you're still saying that if men came to your university, you'll save them all. But essentially you're not addressing the fact that the problem is not with men. No matter how much training you give them, you can't save them, because the problem's with women. You have to train the women. Like you cannot. You cannot essentially.
I agree. No. Let because I am. If you look from a philosophical angle, okay, philosophical perspective, not from a practical perspective. From a philosophical perspective, you are the source. So you have the power to fight. It's like the Matrix thing. Like if you are Neo, you can fight against any Agent Smith or the entire system. So that is the philosophical perspective from where I am coming, or WokeBros is also coming to some extent. Okay. Whereas practically, if we have to address it for all men, then we have to change the law. Laws can be changed when we have our own political party or our own political movement, or we get somebody like Trump or Elon Musk.
Okay. So would you agree with me that you were just saying that we're not trying to influence men not to marry? Even I advocate for, hey, life is better without marriage, right? But I don't tell men don't marry. I tell them it's your choice if you still want to do it. But at the bare minimum, ethically and logically, you should accept that you're making a bad choice. What does that mean? Okay, what does that mean, chat? Chat, that means that people make a lot of bad choices. All right, smoking is bad, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Alcohol is bad, I'm gonna do it anyway, right? But every smoker can admit that I made a bad choice. So why is it so hard for these men to accept that marriage is a bad choice? You can still make it, but you should admit that, right? But
let's now look at other way around. Okay. What is the risks of bad marriage? Let's ask. What is the risk of bad marriage? Let's be specific.
So
what is the risk of? You will get a false case. You will get a false case, or you have to pay alimony.
No. You went like immediate extreme. I think the bad marriage is actually domestic violence, toxic wives, pestering. That's more common, you know.
Then you get out. See. Let's come from the philosophy. No, I'll tell you that. So let's calculate logically. See.
Okay, sure.
Every man, our philosophy is every man has a right to peaceful existence. So if you are not getting peace in marriage or a relationship, get out. Okay, because you must not tolerate even a moment of life without having peace of mind. Okay, right? That's a fundamental right. Okay. Now, when you try to get out or you get out, what is the maximum damage they can do? Woman can do, system can do, government and army. What the maximum they can do? I mean, unless it is a drum situation. Okay. What is the damage they can do? What is the damage you think?
Like they will make you a slave. Like they will suck everything out of you.
No, how they can? You have quit the woman. So what can they do?
How can you quit?
Think like WokeBros.
No. But no, I can't think like WokeBros because I feel like it's not practical.
No. I'm telling you because this is part of my training. I often tell the guy that what is the worst that will happen. You write down in front of me.
Okay, so
I will coach you.
So I'm practical in nature. Here's what's gonna happen, and I told him during the podcast. Yeah. I was like, men only have two options. They're both bad.
What will happen? Let's say a techie guy who is earning 2 lakhs per month. What is the worst thing will happen to him if he gets married?
Me. I will tell you. Okay, so when I said he'll be turned into a slave, what I meant is you can't exit because essentially your freedom is dependent upon whether or not a woman approves it. That's the court system, right? So if she doesn't approve it, you're going to be paying her maintenance every month for the next 20 years. You'll be fighting the case. And then when you get out...
No.
Wait.
You have to pay a huge alimony.
But let me finish. Okay. That's what I was about to say next, that when you get out after 20 years, then you have to purchase your freedom, right? You purchase it. Like, I will pay my owner X amount of money, then I'm free. So that's alimony, permanent alimony, right? On top of that, if you have children, you lose the children, and children turn into paychecks. It's like, yeah, I have this zoo animal, and every time a guest comes to visit, they have to pay me a visitation fee, right? So women are the zookeeper, children are the zoo animal, and father is the visitor who pays to visit the child. Okay, so essentially that. So you got turned into a slave, and I think if you try to exit, that is the cost you have to pay to go free. Like, am I right, or do you disagree with me?
I mean, this is a typical worst case scenario. Okay. But let me put it this way. Let's say I am getting remarried. Okay. Let's say I am Milin's woman. Okay. So I have million Soman who got married at the age of 53 or 54 to a female who is 26. Correct? Just imagine. I'm not saying I'm getting married to anybody and anybody, that is not true. And secondly, I'm not getting married to anybody who is 26. For sure. Okay, wait. But the point is, let's say, because this is a philosophically, this has been discussed in my family circle also. So I put some conditions of my remarriage. I told her, I need lot of security money in bitcoins to be kept somewhere, so that if I get into false cases, that bitcoin is the collateral. And then my family people decided that, okay, fine, if the female is not able to get that many bitcoins to offer security to me, then in such a case we will put that many bitcoins or gold somewhere for you. I said, okay, fine. The next condition is that the female must work for next 30 years or 25 years, and I want to be a house husband. I take, in any case, I'm working from home, so I'll take care of all the housework, plumbing, kitchen, whatever. I'm ready to be degrading myself. Okay, all that kind of thing, because I want peace of mind, and house is the place where it gives me peace of mind. That's it. Okay. Now, jokes aside, let's come to a young guy who is 28 years old in our chart. Let me put it this way: this guy should go ahead, make a good career, make a lot of money. Let's say he makes 1 crore, 50 lakhs or 1 crore. Okay, then he should learn how to invest, how to make the money grow. He should go wherever it is necessary to, invest whatever. You basically be a successful guy. You earn enough money, then you quit your job. You quit your job, you can become a Uber driver. And when you become a Uber driver or something, you are earning 35,000 rupees, then you get married. If any woman is interested in, like, just like that movie called Key and Ka, the movie Key and Ka, I used to watch it, even though that's supposed to be a feminist movie. But the point is, I'll tell you, this is the real Sigma level you have to think. See, once you become like this, you can make every woman, every system, every government, every politician, every judge dance. Okay, they will dance, they will do all kinds of things for you. The point is this, that the men are not thinking in this way.
No,
okay, men have to think radically differently.
But Anil,
right?
how many? This is just impractical. What you suggest, right? How many men can access this solution? Not everybody can do it. It's like for the minority. Like, oh, you get into a job, make so much money, you become an Uber driver. It's like, but most men cannot access a super high-paying job, right? Like.
So in such a case, are you okay if men, like WokeBro is talking from marriage perspective? Then in that case, men, I will tell you what is going to happen right away. Men are going to sign prenup or pre-live-in relationship agreement in near future in India, and they will transition to that, and parents will be okay with that. So that will be like a marriage, but it will be a live-in relationship.
So okay, let me.
And the man will say, if the live-in relationship breaks, or you file a rape case or anything on me, I will give you 10 lakh rupees. So basically, it's a 10 lakh rupee prostitution which will happen.
So
but that's where we are heading, right?
So I'm actually of the opinion that we can just abolish. I think you will agree with me. I mean, it's far-fetched, but like
abolish marriage.
No, abolish alimony and Meninists.
How can you do that? Given India's gynocentric world order.
I was just gonna say that. I was like, it's far-fetched given the political makeup right now. But
no, you have to take over politics. See, tell me one thing. A guy like Babar, with 10,000 people. 10,000 soldiers.
No, you're digressing. You're digressing. I was simply saying that even I know that realistically it is not approachable or achievable solution right now. Okay. However, you have to at least admit that this is the solution, whether you can achieve it now or not. You can achieve 100 years later, 200, but this is the solution, right? Abolish alimony maintenance. Until then, marriage is no good. It's a bad choice. It's a bad choice.
Right.
So you agree with
me? So you save enough money to pay alimony, then get married for 5-6 years, then pay the alimony, and after that you don't marry.
So you're actually being sarcastic. You're pretty much saying that if you want to marry,
this can be a solution, right? I mean, how long you need marriage? Let me tell you, marriage is not a great thing. Marriage is not a great thing. Honestly, nowadays people are living so long. Marriage is bad thing. Actually, I will tell you, marriage will leave you sexually unfulfilled. Always understand. Married men or married women are most sexually unfulfilled people in India right now. So-called happily married men, they are extremely sexually unfulfilled. I'll tell you, MRS are very sexually fulfilled guy.
But Anil, I
Like
think
tough.
what I found interesting about my friend WokeBros here is that I found out he's actually more aligned with traditional and conservatives rather than men's rights, because he also asks men to not have casual affairs. Now, I think this was a Kellogg's strategy. You know, in history, they would discourage fapping for guys. You know, masturbation. Don't do it. Why? Because the guys will remain desperate, and if they remain desperate, in desperation of sex, they will marry. You know, and then guys realized that it was too trivial of a return to justify the cost of marriage, right? They regret it later. But this was the trap, you know? Like a lot of, and I was trying to give an example. A lot of people do, Anil, a lot of people do a lot of bad things in desperation, right? We have seen people get Walmart tattoos on their head for money because they have desperation for money, right? So, would you agree? Like men should practice sexual autonomy, right? They should fab. They should also have casual sex, and then you can.
But you know, it has to be given as a choice. You know,
Yeah,
there
choice.
should.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Let me put it this way. From an Indian perspective, have you heard of something called Indian perspective called Dhyana Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga? Okay. So in Indian spirituality, they don't talk about one single part. They talk about multiple parts. In Indian paradigm, okay, so the guy who is a, let's say, somebody who is a Bhakti Yoga, so the Bhakti Yoga guys will always pray to God, surrender to God, just like other religions, they surrender to God, okay, they do Hare Krama, Hare Krishna. But the people who are Karma Yoga people, right, they don't really do that. They do their duties towards everybody, okay. Then there are those people who are like Jnana Yoga, they only meditate like Buddhists, they only meditate, they don't do other stuff, they don't even go to temples, right. So there are like that. It depends. We can give men like a 5 or 6 different philosophies, and then we allow the men to choose. For every philosophy, there are pros and cons.
Yeah.
Given our bad system.
Okay. So one of the advice you give to men, if you want to marry, you make a lot of money, and you become an Uber driver, and if you do all this, you can get out. Like, and then one of them was like, you know what you want, like you want a lot of security in bitcoins from the woman, you want her to work, you want to be a house husband. Like, yeah, these are also, by the way, my conditions. I'm also like, hey, I will also be a house husband. She can be ugly as long as she brings a high, fat wallet. Yeah. Maybe she's a millionaire, I will take a fat woman if she has a fat wallet. I will just close my eyes. I'll just close my eyes, let her after me as long as I get to retire,
See, the point is, as a men's activist or as an influencer, if you are getting stuck, right, in any position, okay, see, stuck leads to disempowerment. Stuck takes away your power, okay. So when you are not stuck to one position, MGTOW or MRA or PUA or this thing or that thing or that thing, the biggest misery of life is people get stuck to something, okay, like people are stuck to feminism. So they think feminism is real, they think patriarchy is real, they think, like, some people are stuck to God, they think God is real, they think they like, I will marry the God. Some people say that also,
I think
we should not do that in life.
You're actually talking about, like, type of like a cult behavior where you have a blind loyalty to something. So then you want to ignore all the bad things that system brings, but only want to see the good sides, right? I try to run that reasoning.
You need to practice and learn detachment. Detachment from all these concepts, and also detachment from your own wealth, your own child. For example, you have to practice detachment from your own child, own parents. Life is not about attachment. See, I often tell men in the coaching sessions, let's say you are driving a car in the driving seat, and then you got out of the car and you did not take off your seat belt. You try to get out of the car. What's going to happen? Like, the seat belts will pull you back and you may get an injury, right?
Yeah.
So same way, you are, as long as you are a driver, you are attached to the seat firmly. But as you stop driving, you need to remove the seat belt, go to somewhere else, and maybe you are in a roller coaster, then you put something else. So this is not like you're roaming around the world at your workplace and you have seat belts on your body. That's silly. That's stupid.
Yeah. So Anil, let's go back. I want you to watch this one last thing. He has an opinion on laws.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know how much you agree with this part. Where is it? Let's go here. Okay. Give me a sec. Perfect. So there's no need to change the system, because why would a fisherman want to lose the fishes?
Wait,
because
you're not able to hear. Okay, wait, I'll fix that. Give me a second. Okay, you'll hear it now. Give me a second.
हर केस का काउंटर केस
But they
because
don't
मैं बता
even,
देता हूँ आपको
but WokeBros, they don't even have to pay their legal fee. That is also extracted from the husband. And if the
मान लिए लेकिन मैं आपको बताऊं जितने केसेस आप बोलते हो ना कि लड़कों के अगेंस्ट फाइल होते हैं टॉक टू अ गुड लॉयर एंड ही विल टेल यू हर केस का काउंटर केस है लड़का फाइट करना चाहे तो वो अच्छे से फाइट कर सकता है ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि लड़के बिल्कुल वहां पे जाएंगे और जाते के साथ ही उनको सीधा उनको पेशी भी नहीं देने देंगे और सीधा उनको विक्टिम उनको अक्यूजर बता के उनको जेल में डाल दिया जाएगा.
Bro, I think you're one of those people, and I mean this respectfully. I respect your opinions, by the way. I want you to know that. But I think you're one of those people who are buying these. So I know you mentioned lawyer, and lawyers do say that, but they are downplaying it. Okay, so yeah, you downplay the alarm to make somebody think you're not in as much danger as you are. So then people don't show any aggression or outrage, right? Or they show less of it. So there is no need to change the system, because why would a fisherman want to lose the fishes because he makes a living off of it? So why would a lawyer want to change the laws that are deriving them profits, because by changing them they will lose the profits? So these lawyers who are telling you that there is a counter for every case, it is not true at all. Like I can go head to head with you. Like, what do you think is a counter for maintenance case? What do you think is a counter for domestic violence case? What do you think is a counter for 498A case? What do you think there is a counter for child custody case? There is no counter for counter. Like, she's gonna take your children.
Let's do this. Let's get back.
So Anil, so you heard him, right? He thinks so. This is his old position. I think, chat, Anil, you understand. Okay, his idea is there's no point in avoiding marriage. There's men have laws in favor, they just don't use it. Okay, how much do you agree with it? So you already admitted that. Wait, Anil, you're not audible.
Put it this way.
Okay, now you can go ahead. Sorry, repeat that.
Yeah. See, if you go to lawyer, they will tell you that there are all remedies available. For Atul Subhash case, all the lawyers, YouTubers only called lawyers. They didn't call me or any MRA. So the lawyers will say there are a lot of remedies available in the legal system. See, I'll tell you, SIFF is a big organization. We have multiple schools of thought. A lot of SIFF guys believe that if you fight your own case, you fight party in person, you learn the laws, and many of our guys are doing law degree, or they already have lawyers, or they have law degrees. Okay, but it is not true that if you learn the law or you know perfectly the law, then you are able to get a victory or you are able to send the woman to whatever. But however, I'll tell you one more thing. This is where I will disagree with him. But I'll agree with him. Let's say you are a Sigma level kind of a guy. Okay, so you get a woman to file a false case against your wife's brother. Okay, or you get her father imprisoned for 60 days. Because many of our guys have done it in old times, in 2005, 2006. The guy went to prison for 16 days. Then he got his father-in-law in prison for 62 days. And not only that, his father-in-law got thrashed also. Now, if somebody is a Sigma level guy or an Alpha level, Sigma level or Omega, whatever guy, he can do everything. But the point is that's like 20% solution, right? That's not for everybody.
Yeah. So I think you were also saying, right? You clearly said of all the men you've attended, hundreds and thousands, it's only possible for 30% men to come out without a scratch. 70% will suffer. Right? It is what it is. Because essentially what happens.
I mean, to some extent. I mean, we can reduce their pain, but to some extent.
Yeah, but as practically, this is how it works, right? Like, you give somebody certain circumstances, the probability of survival is only so much. I asked you to drive a car without any brakes, right? Yeah, sure, maybe 1 or 2, 10 people out of 100 might survive. But you have to admit that you've created a system without safety where majority of them are likely to fall, right? And I think that is one challenge I believe my friend WokeBros has. He doesn't want to admit that majority of the men will end up losing. Like, he wants to tell them a little bit of a fairy tale, like, oh, you will all succeed, it's just like a little far-fetched,
No, I mean right now, let me put it this way, that going forward, many subcultures will start in India very soon. So some will subscribe to a Tradcon kind of a thing or a grey Tradcon kind of a thing where they'll say, because our own guys had told, get married, get a false case, get out, fight it out 5 6 years, then get out, then get remarried again. And many guys remarry during the cases. So without getting a divorce, also there are North Indian guys getting married. Okay, and I know many cases. Big leaders have also. Many of our own leaders, some of the leaders, they got the case after 2 years, they remarried somebody without having a divorce. They got divorced after 7 8 years. So these are all illegal marriages, right? See, in this country, if you want to do things, you can do many things. Many possibilities are there. However, there is risk involved in many of these things, right? So the point is that lot of these theories will come up in social media, but I'll warn about one danger of online subculture. See the point, one big difference. You know, why do you think Western men's rights are so vulnerable to these media attacks? Why media so easily attacks them? This adolescence movie, you know, that guy Keir Starmer, he has called the entire cast to the 10 Downing Street. Why they are losing so easily? Why the Indian media is not able to attack MRA effectively? See, this is because of obsession with online. See, you have to get down to ground. You have to show your face. Okay, you may wear a mask, wear a goggles or a cap, but you have to show your face. Okay, see, you should not give an impression of a fringe or an online subculture. That bolsters the feminist argument or that empowers the feminists. You get down. See, we guys, see, when I first went to Arun Murty, who is who is basically my guru, Arun Murty Pandurankatti, I asked him, Arun Murty, what if tomorrow you are conducting the meeting in your balcony of your house? What if tomorrow 50 feminists attack your house? He said, I know they will not come. He says, I know they will not come. They don't have balls to come. He said, I was like surprised. Really? Then we started our centers protest. No feminist turned up. No feminist ever, even Trupti Desai. Do you know a feminist called Trupti Desai? She was storming temples. Then she came to know about Vastav Foundation doing, some ritual, to Pisachini Mukti Yajna. She said, I will storm MRS. The Vastav Foundation said, come, we are welcome, we will welcome you, come and storm. She ran away. So the point is this, that, this is the whole thing, that you have to get down to ground, and that, because many times if you are online only, they try to dox you.
Yeah.
They try to dox you.
Yeah, so
Can a feminist dox me? See, I am there. My phone number is out there. I am there. People know where. See, this gets vulnerability.
And so, yeah, you're right. And this is where I was going to defend WokeBros, because we know of online communities that have million members. They are women's communities. And what they end up doing is that they police you, right? And they look for anything, they take it out of context. Then they circulate it in their groups.
They try to deplatform you.
Yeah, no, not just that. Yeah, of course they do that, but it's more than that. Like they find out your employer, they find out your family, they send them spam messages in hundreds, maybe thousands, and their employers believe them, fire them. Like this is like a life losing situation, right? So like I am empathetic to that. I personally don't feel afraid of those things, but I understand.
No, employees will not fire you if you are MRE. Okay, when I was in job in Hewlett Packard, my other colleagues used to send me.
I think you're misunderstanding. So let me give you an example. There was a very normie guy. His name was Somil. He was on YouTube. Very small creator, like nothing, 200, 300 subscribers. One day I saw his screenshots circulating in these women's communities. And they're talking about how he is advocating for rape of women. And the shot is attached, which is of his video, which says, title is, I will grape your mom. That's the title. Now I went and checked it because I really wanted to investigate. So I opened the video. You know what he's saying in the video? He's saying that if somebody says, so he's playing like an Andrew Tate clone. Okay, and I want to give men advice. So it's like, if somebody says to men, that I will grape your mom, how to respond to them and how to handle it. This is the premise of his video. Okay, so they're taking it out of context. They're trying to say that he's threatening to grape your mom. Right? You completely changed the story. Now what happened is...
No, they did that. They did that to Paulina.
Yeah, but
in
the problem is this guy was unemployed, so he doesn't have any fear of losing job. But they found out his father's number. They're circulating it in groups with millions. They are sending messages to the father, right? Asking them, and they're reaching out to NCW, registering complaints with them, right? All they're doing all
But
this.
Mick, tell me one thing. Let me put it other way around. Why it never happened to any SIFF MRA?
Because you guys are smart.
No, 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 no. All men are same. Okay? No,
Okay.
no, no.
No, I mean
See,
like
we
you're.
give men. No, no. We give men training.
Yeah, so that's when I said.
We give men social media training.
No, but Anil, when I said smart, I meant you're smart to navigate the space you're in. Like you have a knowledge of that.
Because we train the men.
Yeah, yeah.
We train the men and we put a culture. So if a man is going off track, even mildly, we have our admins who will basically tap the guy and say, hey, watch out, you delete this particular tweet. They will say. So we have trained men. Like, see, it is very tempting. See, the right-wing people, right-wing folks, how what kind of bad language they use, or many other groups, what kind of bad language they use. But in SIFF, the men have a culture. It's not just discipline. It's not rules. They are cultured to behave in a certain way so that, once you are skilled, it's in your blood. So you know how to navigate, you get that skill, but that skill comes to you when you have that community, everybody is behaving that way. So that is like it's like a culture.
Yeah.
Okay. So once you are in that kind of a culture, within couple of months, 2, 3, 4 months, you get a feel. And if you are still not following that culture, somebody will tap you once or twice. Then you will get normalized. You will get normal. Okay. Then your risk of facing all these things will become zero.
Yeah, I agree. So Anil, last two things, and I know you're late. It's 11:30.
Yeah.
Anil, you were supposed to be.
I know.
So you want to go? I have two important things if you can address.
Yeah, please. Let's complete.
Okay. So so I think I will. Let's probably skip some of it. We'll save it for next time.
Okay.
So we're on this WokeBros thing. Let's just complete this. I have this one last statement. If you can finish it, and then we will save some toxic masculinity for next time.
Right.
Okay. Last 1:12:57.
Right.
Okay, let me see if you can hear it. Give me 1 second.
By the way, male selfishness, we call it me first. Me first is all about putting yourself first. See, men need so much of red pill conditioning. Red pill doesn't mean you just woke to feminism. Red pill is basically a mindset.
Yeah. So Anil, so check this out. This is the last statement I want you to check. Okay.
Yeah.
नहीं है तो छोड़ो, घर में ही बैठ जाते हैं ऐसे करके. नहीं, they fought. ये किस तरह की आदमियों की जनरेशन आ गई है जो लड़ने से डरती है. मैं लॉज नहीं है, कभी नहीं होंगी लॉज तुम्हारे लिए. क्या करोगे बताओ? सारे के सारे भगवान के पास चले जाओगे? दिमाग बिक गया यहाँ पे सबका. अगर भाई आप लूजर और डरी हुई मेंटालिटी के साथ पहले ही बैटल में एंट्री कर रहे हो, एंड अगर आप मैरिज को एक बैटल की तरह थोड़ी देर के लिए बिलीव करना चाहते हो, तो भाई आप एक बैटल की तरह मान लो. और अगर भाई आप गए ही ऐसे हो कि मेरे पास तो कुछ नहीं है, मेरे पास कोई शील्ड नहीं है, मेरे पास कोई तलवार नहीं है, मैं तो बस ऐसे ही ना आर्मर है, मैं तो बनियान कच्छे में लड़ने के लिए जा रहा हूं वॉर में, तो भाई सामने वाला तो आपको काट पीट के फेंक देगा. मैं बता देता हूं, ये मैरिज की ही बात नहीं है, ये कोई भी रिलेशनशिप में आपको मैं बता देता हूं. जहां तक बात रही ना कि कितनी लड़कियां छोड़ के जाती हैं, मैं साफ बताता हूं, गलती लड़कों की है. तुमको लड़कियां चूज ही नहीं करनी आती. ये तुम्हारी प्रॉब्लम है कि तुम इंसेंटिवाइज कर रहे हो स्ट्रॉन्ग मॉडर्न इंडिपेंडेंट वुमन को से चूज करके. क्यों तुम इन्हें चूज कर रहे हो? 10 साल.
Okay, before you comment on this, one last thing here.
हो गया है ना. 2 कंट्री 1000 करी. एंड अगेन दैट अगेन है मेंटल स्ट्रेंथ की प्रॉब्लम यहां पे आ जाती है. अगर एक
Okay, Anil, I want you to I want to remind you guys something. So I feel like sometimes people who are advocating for men's rights have cognitive dissonance. What does cognitive dissonance mean? It means that your advocacy doesn't match your beliefs. As an example, I would say a good example would be Drew Ruddy. Okay, so I made a video on Drew Ruddy. Let me just see if I can show people, and I can set some context. Okay, so one moment. Let me mute this. Okay. Okay, so here's my first part of the criticism of Blue Ratty's video on men's rights on Atul Subhash. And in this video, he goes, it's like only, it's like he talks about men's grape as if only men can grape them, right? They cannot be graped by women. That's what he says in the first half. In the second half of the video, he says men are not able to enter the female-dominated fields. For example, primary school teaching, and they're not able to do that because there are stereotypes that men will sexually assault children, but people don't believe women will sexually assault children. So this is what I call cognitive dissonance, because you're complaining about the problem that you're perpetuating. You're saying that men have a stereotype that they will sexually assault children, but in the first half of the video, you are the person who's spreading the stereotype that only men grape other men. So it's only men who are grapists, women don't grape, right? So cognitive dissonance. Now, it reminds me of something very interesting in relation to WokeBros. Okay, so here's WokeBros. WokeBros says it's a mental weakness. You know, men can marry. The reason why they lose is they're mentally weak. They're not mentally strong to fight the cases. That's the problem, right? There's no problem with the system or the marriage system as much as there is mental issue. So does anybody remember feminists saying that? Okay, so. When there was this debate, right? Let me pull this up on the screen as well. Give me one moment. So chat, who remembers? Chat, who remembers this lady, Charu Sharma, when there was a debate on Atul Subhash, and all of the men's rights community was upset. Why? Because she made a very derogatory comment. And this was her comment. And let me know if you think she has anything in common with what WokeBros is saying. Okay.
बताइए जी आप पे है वो इतना ही अगर उनके अंदर सच्चाई हुआ है बताइए जी बिल्कुल फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बहुत ही बुरा हुआ जो हुआ नहीं होना चाहिए था ऐसा और इतना ही अगर उनके अंदर
Okay, how about now?
पर मिसयूज हुआ है बताइए जी बिल्कुल फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बहुत ही बुरा हुआ जो हुआ नहीं होना चाहिए था ऐसा और इतना ही अगर उनके अंदर सच्चाई थी बढ़ चढ़ के वो वीडियो में उनकी फ्रस्ट्रेशन आप देखिए 1 घंटा 20 मिनट का उन्होंने वीडियो बनाया उनके फ्रस्ट्रेशन का लेवल देखिए किस लेवल पे है वो राइट 24 पन्ने का उन्होंने नोट बनाया इतना वो फ्रस्ट्रेट थे अपनी फैमिली से अपने परिवार से उन्होंने बात क्यों नहीं करी इस बारे में ठीक है उनको क्यों नहीं शेयर किया और इतना ही वो पैसों की बात कर रहे हैं पैसे 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 तो थोड़े पैसे साइकेट्रिस्ट पे साइकोलॉजिस्ट पे खर्च कर देते तो आज उनको ये नौबत नहीं कोई महिला ना
Okay, so chat, do you get my point? I think this is what I mean by cognitive dissonance.
So she is lying. This female is of course lying.
Yeah, no, but my point is that
she does not know what she is talking because she does not know the background.
Yeah,
okay.
But Anil, my point is simply, Anil, is that
no, I will comment about WokeBro and in this relation.
Yeah, but let me set some context for everybody first. My problem is simply that people who advocate for men's rights sometimes use the same tactics feminists use. So feminists will say that, hey,
it's like victim blaming.
Yeah, victim blaming. Don't blame the system. Why don't you just treat your mental health, get psychiatry, and learn to tolerate the system? So men's rights advocates, which WokeBros has an overlap with, he says, I'm advocating for men's rights, but at the end of the day, he's feeding into the enemy's narrative. He also says that stop complaining about marriage and laws, learn to acquire mental strength. It's your mental problem that you're not able to fight back. So this is what I call.
So can I address this then? Can I address this issue?
Sure.
See what happens. Let's not talk about that female, but let's talk about WokeBro. See, there is a thin line. There is a thin line in the male world. Okay, not about feminists and women. Male world, there is a thin line between victim blaming and making a man feel responsible for his life by, by getting out of victimhood. Okay. So these two things contextually, they are very close. They often appear collapsed. Okay. And they can get collapsed. See, if a man, see, men are victimized. It's a fact. If a man is coming to me, he is victimized. It's a fact. Now we are helping him. He has to gradually get out of his victimhood. Let's say a man is unable to see his child. Okay, he has to psychologically empower himself to deal with that situation. But let us say every day he keeps crying and he holds on to the victimhood as if he has married to the victimhood. See, victimhood is addictive. It's like a drug. Victimhood, often feminists or females, they hold on to victimhood. Even victims hold on to victimhood for decades, maybe, or for longer, because it gives you psychological reward. Being a victim can be psychologically rewarding, but it destroys you. While it is destroying you, it gives you psychology. Just like that monkey, that monkey which has put its hand to collect some grain for a banana from a hole. Okay, because it doesn't want to give up that benefit, psychological benefit, but its life is in danger because somebody has put a trap. Right, the monkey, how do you catch a monkey? Right, that's the kind of a pattern psychologically. So the victimhood is very addictive. People start loving their victimhood, and being a victim, once you are married to that victimhood, you can't take responsibility. You don't have to. It's like a child, right? Children get happy when they get sick because they get all the attention. They get bread to eat, or they get cookies to eat, or they don't have to go to school. The children like it, right? So it's like that. So the victimhood, if you want to get the guy out of victimhood, you have to do certain amount of pushing him, shaking him. Hey, wake up! What the nonsense you are doing? You have to bring that up. Okay. But now WokeBro is on the razor edge. Very close by, he's operating on the razor edge. So when he's saying all this, right, you can hear some blame, but you can hear some responsibility.
Yes.
Right. So because I am being in this field for so long, I can get into his mind and where he is. Okay, so where it is occurring like a bigger blame, but he has to just deal with that. Okay, but his intention, if his real intention is to help the guy, okay, rather than dismiss him, okay, then that will get delivered properly. So when you have a conversation happening, how does it get delivered to that person? Okay, that matters. Okay, right? Sometimes you can call somebody some name which is very offensive. When we were in college days, how people call each other, right? Or what Virat Kohli calls somebody else, right? He calls whatever names, right? Pencho and all that, right? It's all right. There is a certain language, but it depends on how it lands. Okay. So I want the men's movement and manosphere people to also learn and improvise and collaborate to understand and work on these nuanced things, because many of these guys are not trained psychologists. The other part of the story is that the psychology field itself has become so woke that it is beyond repair. So the judiciary is beyond repair. The psychology industry is beyond repair. So we need to work on this particular aspect where we have a clear balance, where we don't do victim blaming, but at the same time we get the guy out of the victimhood so that he becomes a fighter. See, you can be a fighter or you can be a victim. You can't be both at the same time.
So what I would say, Anil, is like, first of all, I appreciate all the guys who are trying to bring change on social media on men's rights or whatever it might be. My only challenge is that when it comes across the like messaging is bad, right? Where it's not perfect and it gives a wrong message to the people. So I think it just comes across to me as somebody saying, hey, there is no need to change the system, as in like saying a restaurant is selling me sick food, I'm getting sick. So people will say that, okay, well, ask the restaurant to stop selling sick food and punish them.
There is one more thing. Wait,
one second. I just want to complete this thought. Okay. So my point is, just punish the restaurant, have the system change so they don't sell sick food, people don't get sick. Now, the way WokeBros comes across to me is he says, the restaurant will never change, the system will never change, they will continue to sell sick food. You should just get the mental and physical strength to fight the disease. Pour millions and hundreds and thousands in healthcare of your own personal money to cure from the disease. So keep getting sick and keep fighting the disease. Okay, there's no point in changing, right? So the whole thing about keep marrying, keep fighting, as in like, keep eating sick food, keep getting sick, and keep fighting the sickness. So it doesn't sound like a sound logic, basically, right? Like, I think you should be able to admit.
No, I think in 10 years, by 2035, things will change. See, the drastically change in alimony and child access things. Drastically, it will change in India. Okay, and in US, for example, alimony is not a huge concern in US anymore. Child issue is also, has become much better in last 20 years. So the false rape and all. So the point is, things are changing in foreign countries. In India also things will change. See, in India we have changed 498. It is unimaginable for me that today 498 is bailable, technically, practically. It was unimaginable in 2005, 6, 7. If somebody told me 498 will be bailable, I would believe it will happen in 3 years.
Yeah,
but it has changed.
And so this is what I try to tell men. I think the ones who come into the space new, right? They don't have any comparison to what happened before. So they think things are bad, they never improve. But the people who have the track of history, they know things improve, right? It just takes time. Yeah, so there is a...
I mean, the alimony and the child custody, we are very close, very close to get victories. See, it all depends on campaigns. How many people are supporting it and all that. And then it's all strategy.
Yeah.
So if you do that, I mean, alimony situation in 5 years, like I will say 2030, alimony situation will drastically in India.
Okay, so that's good. And final thing I want to say is that, I think...
but that doesn't mean that you will have good marriages or anything. Laws will improve. Laws have a chance to improve.
Like they might get less worse if there is enough public pressure, right? Improvement means less bad.
I mean, even if they get worse, where do you go? Like, I mean, they are already worse. So, yeah.
I told you, let me read the chat a little bit. Told you, see, never ever trust a girl. And Deepak is saying, I will never marry. Ignore girl past, never ever destroy your life. Okay, we have more Mekta people. It sounds like society doesn't have a soft corner for men. Men can't even cry and rant about their miserable situation because apparently women have copyright for the right to cry and rant.
Yeah.
Based. But final thing I want to say, I think, a lot of people saw this video of one of the victims. So he brought somebody, he said, the man who beat the system. So he was talking about a friend, one of my friends who did it, and every man can do it. So he brought somebody like that. I will not play this. I will just explain to you what happened in this live.
Right, now I get it.
Yeah, so a gentleman's story is, by the way, he knows you. He says, there were activists like SIFF in 2016, but were not very accessible, so I had to work hard myself. I listened to his story fully, right? Tamir here says, Tamir is on the right here, okay? So he says, I came out within 7 years, and I made the woman cry and give up the fight herself. I paid very little alimony. And he tells a story, with various details that I'm allowed to work from home. So she filed cases in Ahmedabad. I moved to Ahmedabad. What's it to me? I can just live there, My company doesn't require me to be in office. He says only $2,500 per month maintenance was passed in her favor. So I wasn't losing a lot of money either. He says the woman's father works in railway, and railway has this section 13A where if somebody has given or taken dowry, they cannot be given pension or something like that. So he says, I filed a petition, like I basically filed in railway to cancel his pension because he deposed in his own testimony that I have given dowry. Okay. But, I think, again, the point is, that's great. I think he's the 30% of the men who won.
Mick, there are so many such victories. One of our guys, he got photos and videos of his wife putting a beer bottle multiple times on the child's mouth, 2-year-old child's mouth. The female is putting beer bottles. He got access to those photos. Just imagine. And then he somehow got access. Then he went to child commission. It becomes a big issue
Yeah,
of
yeah.
child abuse.
So that's,
Right?
I think Tamir has very similar story. He also says that his wife was cheating, so he was able to get
Yeah.
the pictures and videos from her phone, all the compromising evidence, and keep it and save it in different locations. So I mean, I would say Timur got very lucky. You know, like how many men will have access
No,
to
no.
all
I mean,
these
say,
things?
no, no. Luck. No, no. Let me put it this way. Luck is 20-30%. Rest is his hard work. Okay. 15 years back, one of our guys, you know what he did? He suspected his wife. Okay. In Bangalore. You know, he had an old cathode ray tube TV. So old TV and a new TV. Old TV, he started repairing it. In the name of repairing, he installed all the devices inside, inside everything. And then he had a camera, everything. And he had another room somewhere where he had the TV cable through which he collected the data, and he made multiple CDs of the entire thing happening. Okay. Then he invited the parents and played the CD and forced them to watch. And he got everything zero in 3-4 months.
Yeah, my point is, I fully agree that Timur worked very, very hard as well, but
It is the attitude. See, it's the attitude.
It is the attitude, but
And then hard work.
But I dislike it when some people who are successful, they dismiss or invalidate the challenges other men have. Okay, so
No, we should not. See, we should never invalidate men and their own personal.
yeah, so let me say this, right? So so this is why I said lucky, because yeah, he worked hard, but luck has to support you, right? It's not necessary every guy will be able to get the evidences of adultery by wife. It's not necessary the father works in railway where this section you can cancel his pension, right? It's not necessary. All of this will, he works from home. Like not a lot of men will have access to work from home, that they can move to the location of jurisdiction, right? So this is what I would call, he has certain privileges compared to other men, okay? But where I find it problematic is the narrative that sometimes, people will build. And I think he went on a tangent somewhere where he goes, I think I might just...
No, let me put it this way. Mick, I'll tell you, there is something relevant about what WokeBro is saying. See what is happening, I'll tell you, in the social media. Lot of people are believing the lawyers, okay? Lawyers who are lawyer YouTubers and all. But actually, this Timir's case or others' case has more to do with psychology. Even WokeBro is talking about psychology. See, law is secondary. It is all about attitude, psychology, mindset, and the amount of risks you are going to take, and how much you are ready to be trained. And this kind of a training only a men's activist can give. Unfortunately, this particular thing is highly underrated. This particular skill is highly underrated. Nobody is selling it. People are talking. See, we don't market our victories, but you have to. A man's attitude. You can be trained. See, do you think I am trained to talk like this in YouTube podcast? 20 years back, you don't know me how I was, or maybe 25, 30 years back, my heartbeat would have gone to 90 if I'm talking like this with you.
Yeah.
So the point is, people can be trained. Let's believe in that.
Anil, I'm with you. I'm just saying that there are two different things, right? I'm simply saying that you can be trained, you can be psychologically
but
trained.
we should give men that chance.
Yeah, they should be legally trained. But I'm also saying that with all that training, will not.
We should not dismiss men. We should not invalidate men.
Yeah, so
because that turns them off.
Yeah, so even I think you were talking about success stories. I actually collected a lot of your organization. Here is one on my screen, right? But I've never come across an SIFF activist who would say that there are no problem with laws. It's just men who don't fight enough. So Timur goes on to this tangent somewhere in the video where he says there is no need for men's commission. There is no problem with the legal system. I will quote what exactly he said. I've written it down. He said, law has every provision. Even the outrage of modesty can happen to men. He says our law is perfect. Constitution is amazing. It's fantastic. You have to be well read and do deep research. And, you can fight the system. Law has every provision. He said there's no need for men's commission. So he basically ends up playing it down. Like he's like, I did it.
No,
you
no,
know.
I'll tell you the legal eagle, कानूनी कीड़ा जो है, that domain, people who specialize there, they start trusting the legal system.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll say, I'm fighting against the system, but they're knowingly or unknowingly, they trust the system.
They're promoting.
And then one
yeah.
fine day, the mask slips. One fine day, what happens? The mask slips. Okay, right? So I know. See, many people in SIFF used to hate me, 2008-9, because we stopped a lot of legal eagles who are of that school of thought that it's all about court cases. You fight your case 14%, you'll become a lawyer for your own case and fight it out. So that school of thought, there were multiple schools of thought, but that school of thought never got prominence. It was from Chennai, by the way. So we Bangalore guys only stopped it. So by the time it reached Mumbai, the Mumbai guys and these Vastav guys know them. The founders of Vastav, they know them. So I mean, this legal eagle theory, that is a, see, I'll tell you what is going on. Because men's movement is new, we don't have enough academic or scientific, papers being published on different schools of thought, right? So we have these rough edges, okay? Because we are not like a strict academic discipline. Otherwise, just imagine it's like a 3-4 year coursework. If you are fighting in court, what we will do? If you are fighting in political or social domain, or what you will do? Psychological domain, again, psychology. See, there is something called feminist jurisprudence. The feminists have literally worked on psychology, sociology, law, everything, right? Whereas what have we done? Like, we are still building everything, so there will be rough edges. But it is important for men to recognize that we have to convert everything into a formal field. So when I am talking here, I am talking like a dean of a university. Trying to make everything structured and put it into formal academic or, research field where we classify everything. There can be different differences. It's okay. Because that's how scientific or academic subjects work.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, I think Tamara is actually watching. So Tamara, thanks for watching. I didn't do any of this for drama. I was doing it in good faith. I invited the expert with a lot of experience, I think we can all learn. So Anil, thank you so much for sharing all of that. Chad, if you have any final questions, Anil is very late. I have held him up for a really long time, but if you have any questions, I can get them answered. Anil, I'm pretty much done. I want to thank you so much for the interview. One question my friend had, can you answer before you leave? He says, once you learn all of this about women's behavior, okay, like, how do you manage your relationships with women in life, like in your family, like your sister-in-law, your sister, your mother? He's like, you take this red pill and it tells you all the bad behaviors women have, you see them clearly. So I told him to give me an example. Like, what do you mean by that? So he says, okay, I'll give you an example. My sister-in-law was asked to take care of 2 dogs for my father while he was away. So she started taking the selfish approach. She's like, why should I take care of the dogs? And then she started asking the husband to fight with the father and tell him that she doesn't want to take it, right? And similarly, another one of my friends says, my father is going through a alcoholic episode. He had some childhood trauma. He has fallen into that delirium. His situation is really bad. We sent him to rehab. And the way my sister reacts to it very differently than I do. My sister is like, she's selfish, right? She's like, if somebody's, like, men are disposable, right? If somebody's being such a pain in my ass, is being a burden, I might as well focus on on my life rather than to take somebody else's responsibility. Whereas guys are more like, it's my father. I have to take responsibility. I have to be there in his bad time. But women are like, no, somebody's bad time doesn't matter to me. It's all about me, right? And we even saw a story in Humans of Bombay once, where they bragged about how a woman's husband was sick. He was hospitalized and he was bedridden, probably about to die sometime soon, right? And instead of taking care of him, the woman was like, no, why should I suffer because of my husband? I'm just going to leave him as is and I'm going to move on and have the best life. So what they're asking is, like, when you learn that women are selfish, right? They don't take any responsibility. They treat men as disposable, use them and throw them. How do you manage your relationship with women who are there? Like, you can't avoid your sister, you can't avoid your sister-in-law, your mother,
So how do you like develop like a respectful relationship?
Well, see, no, see, just like all men are not same, women are also not the same, right?
Yeah.
So you have to make an audit of all the women you know who is alive or dead in last 30 years, and you have to do a assessment. Okay? So you have to get into their like your grandmother or your mother or aunts. You have to think of all those people in different way, and then you have to find out what are the pros and cons of each person. So each person will bring to the family some strength, some contribution, and some negatives. You have to do both. Okay. See, one big challenge that happens is that accepting the people the way they are, the way they are not. Like, you when you don't accept, let's say you have a feminist in your family, she's a feminist with certain beliefs, okay, which is certainly different, and she will never give up that belief, and she's religiously feminist, let us say. So what do? You reacting to that situation will not help you or her. So you don't react. You basically, accept that person. That this is how that person is. Okay. Unless that person is really getting violent or anything. So okay, that person is not taking responsibility. This is how this person is. This is how this person is not. Okay. So always know how to deal with people around you, not just in men's rights situation, in any situation. See, this is a life skill which is not taught. I myself was not taught, and I spent years and years to learn, and I'm still learning. So here is the thing: you don't react. You don't allow a reaction to develop, and your reactions to the external world or these people should be artificial or you as a created reaction. That means you are responding them in a created way rather than if they are making you react, that means you are a victim. Okay. Let's say your sister said she's selfish, your father has an alcohol problem, something. You don't like it in her sister, so you have a reaction in you, so you are victim of that particular circumstance.
Yeah, he's
So these are all a man has see men need lot of coaching
yeah,
about life.
he's basically saying that there are certain behaviors that are more common in women than men. And so he's talking about these
But it's okay. It's okay.
it's
Like
okay,
if the women are doing a positive contribution, let us say they have given you couple of children. Okay, so they are doing positive contribution, right? See, we have to do the effort. They have given the children. They are bringing up the children. They are doing some positive contribution to them. Then you do a positive minus negative. That whole thing. You have to do a calculation, right? So it is not like you want them to be perfect. They want to be perfect. Given the amount of poisoning, toxicity that has happened, and we men have contributed. No, we didn't question them. See, I often asked my own relatives, my parents, I asked, why did you not protest against 490? Why didn't you protest against this? Why did you support or why did you voted? I asked my father, why did you voted Congress party? No, you are saying why I am a Mittau, I should get married because you voted Congress party. Why did you vote Congress party? I asked my father. Okay. The point is you have to take it more like a amusement. You have to see the contribution. Now, if somebody's contribution to the family is negative, only negative, 90% is negative. See, you don't have to ideologically align people. Okay, in the same house, it is okay to have multiple ideology people. Well, my mom is a feminist, in a traditional feminist, but she has strong feminist beliefs. She can give many feminists a run for her money, but she is in early 70s. So what do I do now? you know, I'm like amused. I have to deal with the situation. Just deal it. You have to live with feminists, MRAs, PUS, Mithav, and chauvinists, and all kinds of people. That's how life is.
yeah.
Okay, you can't. You have. See, I tell you, if you are getting your brother is getting married to somebody, let us say, you are getting somebody into the family. Let us say, then you can take care. Okay. But if somebody is stuck with you, like your sister or your brother's wife or your aunt or somebody, you can't, or your mom, what can you? You have to deal with this amusement.
You have to compromise. Yeah. While I think we all want to change, but I think we have to compromise a little while we're at it.
It's not compromise. See, I'll tell you, you can powerfully handle situation and you can shift the people so that there is a new protocol. See, a feminist and a MRA can coexist. Maybe they can even marry. Okay, I'll tell you. But it is a protocol that matters. See, the conflict is in the protocol. Okay, right? See, the conflict happens during the interface. As long as she is feminist in her room, you are MRA in your room, it is fine. But when you are in the dining table, there are a lot of feminists. Do you know they are like trad women? Do you know that? Lot of feminists, they in their personal life, they literally take care of their husbands. Do you know that? Some of the feminists, they are feminists outside world, but inside house they may be better than trad boys. Who knows?
Yeah.
See, people can have different behaviors. Why don't you see that way? Because I have seen, the most aggressive feminist women, when it comes to their own family, they may be poisoning the whole world with toxicity. But when it comes to their own family, their own sons or brothers or husbands,
Yeah.
they are like the most loyal women.
Because stray dogs are stray dogs, but pet dogs are more lovable,
So, yeah.
Yeah, so
Good.
Putin said I have a similar story. He's saying the same thing, that my sister also ignores my father, but I take responsibility even after he's abusive. But so Anil, what do you want to say to the people in the end? And I think I will let you go. I think you were a pleasure.
No, I thank the guys who came to the chat. Okay, but one thing I'll say to them is that they need to be open to learn gradually and open to discover things with experiments rather than any rigid position. And they need to also focus on internalized misandry, which we generally say, or some very few MRS say, but we often say that so the internalized misandry creates high entropy in the male world. And as a MRA, your own internalized misandry can kick in based on which culture you are from. Okay, so if you are in North Indian culture, your internalized misandry can kick in more than if you are from Bangalore or Andhra, right? So you have to watch this out, because often men, what they do, even in SIFF, they used to do this. Then we put an end to it. So men start a debate, then that becomes an argument, and this argument sooner or later gets into personal attacks. Okay, so men may say I am very rational, but then they argue and they make personal attacks. Okay, and which is not necessary. Okay, most men don't know how to argue. They don't have the skill how to argue without getting personal. Okay, or without getting emotionally invested and getting personal. I've seen this happen not just inside MRA, outside also. Okay, outside also. In these political fights and within friends or colleagues, friends, and school classmates and alumni groups and all. I've seen that this is the one thing you have to watch out. Once you understand how the misandry plays in you, because you see your misandry will never go. You have misandry, but it can cleanse it, you can reduce it. My misandry is there, but I am cleansing it. So we have a philosophy which says that man has to clean his own internal misandry, but it will never go away to zero. So you keep on cleaning it daily, so that you are treating the waiters in a better way, a laborer in a better way, poor guy in a better way. You have to. It's like a spiritual journey. Okay, it's like a real spiritual journey that one has to go on. So this is briefly that I wanted to remind them about charts, because in charts people may be arguing often, but they have to bring a lot of generosity into their communication, into making that, because that is the formula for unity. Otherwise, you are like fighting over everything, and then women are taking advantage of it.
Yeah, divide and rule.
I mean, if we remain divided, they have already looted us, basically.
Yeah,
okay? Right. So start at home. Like, stop misandry inside you, but don't force yourself. Sometimes you feel like doing misandry, do it, but you feel it. It's like a meditation. Okay, so we can have a separate section only on this topic. And by the way, this took me 5 years to learn, and I did travel to Cleveland and sat with some guys with hours and hours to develop some kind of a theory like.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and I think it's very important for men to be self-critical, to identify their flaws, whether it's in nature or arguments. I do that. That's how I identify test cases, and I improve my arguments, right? And I think with internalized misandry, you have to kind of follow the same approach. Always check yourself.
You don't have to beat yourself up. You have to be very forgiving to you if you did a mistake or said something inappropriate. But the point is, you have to. It's an inner journey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
that will make you strong.
And I remember there was this guy Pope. I think he was a poet. He said, "Little knowledge is more dangerous than no knowledge." And I think there were some...
That's called Dunning-Kruger effect, by the way.
Yeah. And so in his essay,
Yeah.
highlighted how people like these become ignorant and develop. Like he
Right.
mentioned multiple things, like ego, like they're not critical of themselves. It prevents them from learning new things. Right, and they end up doing more harm than good. But yeah, Anil, thank you. Thank you so much for
Thanks.
the extra time.
Thanks, guys. Take
And
care.
Chat, type W in the chat for Anil. Anil, I'll see you later. Thank you so much. I think you're good to drop. Have a good night.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks. Good night, guys. Take care. Have a nice Sunday.
Yes, you too. Bye, Anil.
Bye.
All right, chat. So Anil just left. No, I think you have to, not yet. Okay, now he's offline. Wait, Anil, I will help you disconnect. I think you're still here. Chat, hold on one second. I'll be right back. Okay, he's gone now. Cool. So chat is just you and me for 5 minutes. Let's take a look at your comments. Okay, let's take a look at the comments now. Timur bro joined mid bro. I would definitely have Timur. Timur, reach out to me if you're interested. Nell's calling. I'll call back. I agree, Mick, by exactly. I'm not a full-time YouTuber. Timur is not a full-time YouTuber. No worries, you don't have to be. If you want to talk to us, let us know. I actually watched your whole life, Timur. Great plight. I love that about you. I think you fought very hard. Mick, buy my file. Okay, I read that before. So chat, who's here? Does anybody have anything to say? Did I have some reaction content from you? 1 or 2 clips somebody sent? Let's take a look at Discord. I think Hyper sent me something today. Timur says, thanks, brother. Timur, you're welcome. You're welcome. By the way, guys, whoever is here, type W in the chat. How well Timur received it. You know, some people taken offense at criticism, but I really appreciate, you know, the humbleness in men who are willing to, you know, tolerate criticism. Not a lot of people can do that. And the fact that you're taking it in good faith, Timur, I really appreciate that. Okay, so let's take a look at just 2 clips and then I will end the stream. If anybody wants me to answer anything, let me know. Wait. So we have reaction content. Okay, what is this? Wife admitted. Hold on, stop the background music for a second. Wife admitted that she filed false cases on husband. Judge.
मेरे वकील सर थे वहाँ जैसे जैसे बोले मैं वैसे कर दी बाद में पता चला मेरा तलाक हो गया तो मेरे को क्या करवाए नहीं मालूम जैसे जैसे बोले मैं कर दी डॉक्यूमेंट आधे जमा किए क्या क्या करे समझ में नहीं आया मेरे खिलाफ और बाद में पता चला मेरे पति के दोस्त थे
तो आपके बच्चे हैं ऐसा
मेरा बेटा
विचार नहीं कर सकते साथ में रहने का
सर मैं कोशिश कर चुका हूँ सर कोर्ट के थ्रू लेके बच्चे को देख के कोर्ट के थ्रू लेके आया था उसके 9 आखिरी लास्ट 9 मंथ रहे उसका फिर नाटक हुआ
आपकी ज्वाइंट फैमिली है
नहीं सर मैं अलग रहता हूँ
सर
मैं अलग रहता हूँ मम्मी के साथ रहता हूँ दोनों भाई मेरे अलग रहते हैं
नहीं साथ में पूरा परिवार है मैं डॉक्यूमेंट ला सकती हूँ अगर आप बोले संयुक्त परिवार है
मेरिट और डॉक्यूमेंट्स एविडेंस के
Masculinity rocks. Just one thing to add: right mindset and attitude is required to fight cases. Men's commission is a far distant stream. We cannot wait till then to have men to fight. Yeah, I have no disagreement. I think you're fully right. And I think this is exactly what I was also saying to Anil, is that I understand that you know you're not gonna get that now, right? But all I was saying is that you should at least admit that that is the real solution, right? However far it might be, that is the real solution.
But yeah, I think I'm with you that in the absence, you really do need a good mindset. But then I think we also have to have a lot of empathy for guys who are in circumstances where even the mindset doesn't really help. So what I would like you to take a look at as an example, right, is this guy. What's his name? Alimony for listeners. So okay. So take a look at, for example, guys like these. So DK Shiva Kumar, this is a politician from Bangalore. He went to jail in a money laundering case. And look at what it says, Chad. I think right. It says he was in Tihar jail. So okay, Mohsin Raza, a painter. He met a painter in the jail. So this politician met a couple of people who were in jail. And one of them was a painter. He could not pay 4 lakhs in alimony to his wife. 4 lakhs would be petty money to guys like you and me. But 4 lakhs is such a big amount for this guy that he doesn't have it, and he was rotting in jail. In our India, we want to have innocent men in jail, not criminals. So this politician paid off their 4 lakh alimony to free them. Now, what am I saying, right? Circumstances assist some people, but they don't do it for everybody. So no matter how strong of a mindset you have, you can't always fight and win. And guys like these can't. Let me give you another example, and I think it's even worse. How many people remember how many people remember this guy? A disabled man. By the way, he married and then got disabled. And then his wife started asking maintenance from a disabled guy who couldn't work. And because he didn't have the money, he ended up going to Tihar jail as well. And then we had to crowdfund 5 lakhs in alimony to free him. So what I'm asking, right? I'm simply asking is that we acknowledge that some men can be saved if they fight, but there are a lot of men who cannot be helped. And the only thing that will help them is change in the system. That's all. And we have to fight for them more than we fight for us. I feel like, the reason why I started this, I have a very privileged life and I could just continue to enjoy it. But I stood up for these guys because they will not fight for themselves in jail. They will not fight for, without, with little money that they have. And it's guys like us that we have to speak for them, Please react to an introduction to Chinese metal by Morpheus. Okay, I will add that to the list. Not tonight, but I will add that to the list. You got it. Anti-gynocentric Buddha metal. What's the name? Introduction to Chinese metal. Is this it? By the way, you were asking me where you can reach out. Here's my email. Also, you can reach out to me on Discord, Instagram, but if not, you don't have any of that, then this is my Gmail. So if this is the video you want me to react to, I will react to. But if you're talking about something else, email the link here. Okay, chat. Email the links here if you don't have a Discord or Instagram. Let me take this link down for now, and I'll put this in our Discord. Boom. Got it. Coming soon. What's the next comment? Okay. Please read. Okay, I read that. Not equal for. Okay, got your point. Not equal for everyone. Still, we have to raise our voice for every man to be able to rise and fight. Yes, thank you. You see, you get that. You get me. Everybody gets everybody here, Okay. Please, you are rich? No, I'm not rich. Compared to these guys, I'm definitely rich. Compare. It's a relative term. Like, I could pay 5 lakhs in alimony. It would be no sweat to me.
but I'm not rich. I'm like pretty middle class. Correct. Agree with you 200%. Thank you, Timur. This is it. 3-part series, very deep inputs. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I saw the 3 parts. So cool. I will cover that in one of the streams. We'll plan it. What's your body count? My body count, well, the sex wise it's 4, but if you add oral sex, then 6. But who adds oral sex? So it's 4. And after 4 I just stopped. Like I ran through 4 in a single year, and then I was like, yeah, I didn't like it. I mean, like, it's not worth my time. It's not that interesting. Anyway, so mine 3 not far behind. Let's go. Body count matching. Okay, so let me see this last clip somebody sent. You want to leave your wife in jail? What kind of husband are you? What? How are you going to convince someone who already thinks that you're wrong? Seriously, you are in the same number as me, Timur? Let's go. See, we're all in the same ballpark, guys. See? Because we're all men. We're very related. If you're from the States, then you might know about a MGTOW legend called Barbarossa MGTOW, known as Barbar. I actually don't know him. I'm not from the States, but I'm pretty well versed with States, but I haven't heard of this. Barbarossa MGTOW. Barbar. Okay, yeah, this is what you're talking about, right? I mean, it's a small channel. This will not come across my feed unless you feed it to me. So I saw it now. So I'll check it out off stream as well. Dude, that death penalty and gender. Wow, okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. Sure. My body count 0. Deepak. Deepak, no worries. You know how when I got my I had my first sex 24. Okay. I don't know how old you are, but men are not. You saw the statistics I showed you on this stream, right? It's only 1% guys who are having sex young. Women are having 10% compared to 1% men. 16% women. No, 36% women versus 10% men. So women get access to sex much earlier, right? Because they're oversupplied, and it takes time for men to have their sexual encounters. It's normal, like you're one of us. Don't worry about it. You'll get there, and don't rush it. Find the right partner. My advice will be, don't do DTF. Oh my god, I learned the hard way. Don't do DTF. Just take him out on a date, check if you're bonding, and then take him home. My best advice. I'm lucky one since I'm 19. Okay, Putin is already at 19. He's at 3. Congrats, Putin. Okay, let's watch this. I think I'm gonna fast forward it. We should finish it in 1.5 minutes. See what's it about, man. Let's see.
What type of husband you are? You want your wife to be in jail and you want to come out. Wife अंदर बनाए अपने बाहर निकल.
Wife in jail for what though? Like, why would I want to take her out? What's she in jail for?
170 का NIA एक्ट का मालूम.
बेल 170 NIA है क्या?
413 rejected by the trial court माला bail application माला.
Bail application
माला. Date of incident 12/4/2024. After 6 day FIR माला against only one person, श्रीमती बिमला यादव माला. Applicant jail माला 22/4/2024 1 साल हो गया. मेरे आगे there is no allegation माला, ना kidnapping का है, ना वहाँ ले गए हैं, लाए हैं. Fact the case माला बिमला नीलू.
Wait a second. So she has a kidnapping case. Have you seen the anime called One Piece, or have you ever heard about it? I have heard about One Piece a lot, but I have not seen the anime version. I have seen the live action version that was released last year, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. They should make the season 2 for that, and I'll be eagerly waiting. On One Piece anime world, there are celestial dragons who explicit people like our country judges. Oh, I don't think I don't think that was shown in the first season. But I wonder what your metaphor is about. So Chat, who in the chat can understand this? The comparison of celestial dragons in One Piece to our judiciary. I'm not able to comprehend because I haven't seen that part. Because more simp, she never meet a real man. I don't know what you're talking about, Deepak. Oh, okay, I got it. Your body count is 0 because there are so many simps. Women never meet a real man. I don't think they really F with simps because simps are too available. So their value is very, very less in women's eyes. So what they do is like they suck up all the time to women and they get friend zoned. Like they're too available, they're too agreeable, they're not very interesting. So yeah, simps are not getting it, trust me. Simps are like your last or backup option for women. Okay, so woman is in this video woman is in jail for kidnapping, and husband should bail her out. What is he saying?
Wife of the applicant or on jail mein? And answer.
बिमला यादव, नीलू, निर्मला.
आपकी वाइफ जेल में है क्या? और आंट भी?
बट जेल में हमारा बट वाइफ के आगे से बिमला के आगे से एलिगेशन है, मेरे आगे गवाही में भी मेरे को नहीं पहचाने है हमारा. Allegation है हमारा बिमला ने.
What type of husband you are? You want your wife to be in jail and you want to come out?
What? Hello? What is this judge talking about? He says, what kind of husband you are that you want your wife to be in jail for kidnapping and you want to come out because you're innocent?
Show Dick some respect.
Yo, bro, why would I take responsibility for a woman's crime? With Manosphere, people are the pirates in One Piece who are rebelling against the celestial dragons and their pet world government. Let's go. Based. I think that you're right about. 214 pounds with deep voice with fair skin. Who, you? Okay, that's amazing. 5'11 is good height. I don't think I have 5'11. I actually have started underquoting my height, so I just say 5'5. Realistically, I might be somewhere, I think 5'6, 5'7 max, not more than that. But I didn't really struggle, compared to other men, I didn't struggle that much in dating. So maybe some other time we'll discuss in details because there's a lot of talk about height. But I think it's the overall package that matters. But yeah, compared to women, every man has way too many challenges. And that goes the same for me as well. How come wives kidnap FIR is husband's responsibility? Yeah, you tell me, Timber. See, this is exactly what I'm thinking about. How come wives kidnap FIR is husband's responsibility? She committed the crime outside his knowledge? Exactly. Both of them are under trial and he's trying to come outside. Exactly. Timber, come on, man. Like, what is this?
What is this?
Judge is asking, what is this to us? Bro, you're the one that's being stupid. You tell us what is this reasoning that you have.
Remain with your wife.
I have no any allegation, Malad. 1 साल से जेल में हूँ, Malad.
He has no allegation and he's in jail for a year. And he doesn't want to release him because the wife committed a crime. And how dare you get out before your wife?
Trial में क्या हो रहा है?
4 witness examined, Malad. उन्होंने मेरे को पहचान से भी मना कर दिया.
4 witnesses were examined. They didn't even recognize the guy. So like he is just you know, what is he in jail for? Like to basically, like what is he, like he's being punished for marrying his wife? So wife commits a crime and then husband gets punished by extension. Why? Because he married her. What?
आरोपी को सफेद कपड़े महिला को जानता हूँ.
आपकी वाइफ के खिलाफ क्या एलिगेशन है?
एलिगेशन है मतलब बिमला और नीलू दोनों फ्रेंड. बिमला इज माय वाइफ माइला. बिमला ने बच्चे को लेके गई है नीलू के पास काम करने के लिए. बच्चे कहाँ रहते मालूम है कि 80 साल के बूढ़े के पास रहते थे. इसके बच्चे के फादर के दादा जो अपंग था, अपाहिज था, वो तीनों बच्चे को काम कराते थे.
आपने आपकी वाइफ की तरफ से बेल एप्लीकेशन नहीं आई क्या?
नहीं लगा.
क्यों नहीं लगाया? पहले लगा.
Why would he? Chad, what is this guy talking about?
Show Dick some respect.
He's pretending as if it's the
husband's responsibility to pay for to basically defend a woman's crime just because he's married to her. And if he doesn't defend the woman's crime, then he's guilty by association. What is this judge's problem? What I'm able to understand based on this argument, both of them are under trial, and he's trying to come out. Yes, both of them are under trial, but what the lawyer is saying that it's the wife that is accused of kidnapping, and it is the wife who the people have testified against. But husband was never named or accused. And they have all of the 4 witnesses didn't even recognize the husband, so he's not even involved in the crime. But then he's just there for 1 year in jail, and now he's applying for bail, and the judge is saying, how can you come out? The judge is not interested in arguing whether or not the guy has committed a crime. Judge is interested in arguing that why are you even trying to come out without applying for bail for your wife, who is potentially a criminal? That's why I really like One Piece. I can relate to the anime a lot, especially the theme of freedom and the men who are who are these people called government and courts to push their morality and ideas on us. Okay, based. Husband should file for regular bail before higher courts as well. This is the high court. This one is Chhattisgarh High Court. I mean, as per the video. In Nalsa, he can file for application to receive government advocate. It will take time for him, but he should focus on that. Okay. Put in judges Shutia. Yes, he is. Gynocentric. I think gynocentric is a euphemism for what these judges are doing. Like in any other country, like imagine if this was happening to women in Afghanistan, and it really does happen to women in Afghanistan. I've seen documentaries where a woman will be raped, a married woman will be raped, and instead of her getting justice, they file a complaint against the victim that she committed adultery by force. Like imagine you got raped and they're saying it's adultery by force. Like, so woman is also complicit in the crime. And yeah, it's insane. So I think we use the same level of I think India is basically the Taliban for men, you know, it's the Afghanistan for men. It's like a tyrant's rule, the iron fist, you know, all of those words should be used. I really like the straw hats. They just do what they want to and don't cause other people any trouble. They just want to enjoy their journey and help their friends on the way. Husband is the Mactao dude is just focused on One Piece. I'm just going to create a chill stream and we can talk about all of this stuff. Husband is getting arm twisted for unnecessary reason here. I think they're using husband to they're trying to use husbands to basically give use them to women's advantage. Like imagine protecting criminal women, right? This is what the words I use. Women are protected criminals. Now imagine you're trying to give them security by forcing husbands to become a criminal woman's security. Islam is awesome. Islam is awesome. I don't know. But that would be a very lengthy argument. Gynocentric means female perspective and revolving around women's well-being, sacrificing others. Yeah, but I still think it's euphemism. It's like worse than that, right? Like gynocentrism, I do understand it's like centered around women, sideline everybody else. But I think when you have like violence involved, tyranny involved, imagine they have a guy in jail for 1 year and the state is committing crimes, right? These type of stuff makes very sensational headlines. Like when China does it to Uyghur Muslims, they call it a genocide pretty much. You know, when they send them to re-education camp, detain them, right, for wrong reasons, and they get called tyrants, dictators, autocrats, you know, committing a genocide, and all those words are used. So gynocentrism seems like a light word. But let's see what else is he saying.
मतलब एलिगेशन उनके आगे से अच्छा नहीं है उनका केस मेरे
अच्छा नहीं है तो फिर आराम करिए, वाइफ तो आप ही की
मेरे
हैं, तो
कोर्ट
छोड़
में
दो।
भी नहीं पहचाने
नहीं
हमारा
छोड़ेंगे
कोर्ट
सर,
में
नहीं छोड़ेंगे। 4 विटनेस हो गए, आप लोग का एक्विटल हो जाएगा, आपका एक्विटल हो जाएगा। The wife of the applicant is also stated to be in jail.
21 विटनेस
है ना?
मतलब only 4 विटनेस एग्जामिन आउट ऑफ 21 मतलब 1 साल जेल में रहते होंगे, मतलब 1 साल से
बच्चों को कमरे में आप ही ने तो बंद किया था
मतलब, लेकिन बिफोर एफआईआर बच्चे को थाने पहुंचा दिया। मतलब जब बच्चे थाने में गए, देयर आफ्टर एफआईआर रजिस्टर्ड हुआ, आगे से ओनली बिमला यादव मेरे आगे एफआईआर।
Okay, so the other lawyer said you locked up the kids in the house, but the advocate says that when the children went to the police station, they never identified the husband as the accused. They didn't identify him as the accused. And even the 4 witnesses that testified, they didn't identify him as the accused either.
आपको छोड़ देंगे बाहर, आपकी वाइफ जिंदगी भर जेल में रहेगी, आप दूसरी शादी करके आपका no.
Now this is just he's just changing the subject. Oh, you will get out of the jail and then you will marry another wife. Why is any of this relevant to the case? I think the problem is that in our courts, Chad, this is the problem. We have all the losers running the top, sitting in the top places of our system. The fella is using pseudoscience while sitting in a position of a judge, which requires you to have high IQ, high logical reasoning, high critical thinking. A place that requires you to have top level talent is being served with bottom level talent. He's sitting there peddling pseudoscience. He's talking about changing the subject, building strawmans, red herrings, has completely nothing to do with the case. Oh, you will marry somebody else by getting out of jail? What does that have to do with this case? So now you incriminate people before they even do something. So like the judge has decided that he will do something in the future because he can dream about it. And that's enough for him to keep him in jail. This is what I'm saying. Gynocentrism is a euphemism for the kind of things these guys are doing. If any other person was doing it to any other race, white people did it to black people, they would call it a genocide. Muslims did it to Hindus, they would call it a genocide. But these judges are doing to men in favor of women. Now it's like, people use light words like gynocentrism. Bro, like you're literally talking about, violating people's freedom, human rights, keeping them in jail. What right do you have to do that?
बिना आपके कल्यूजन के हो नहीं सकता था। जैसे होता है ना, वाइफ के अकाउंट में पैसा डाल देते हैं ना, तो वही वाली बात है इसमें।
मतलब जसपुर से बिमला ये ले गए हैं, मतलब जैसे मेरे घर गए, मैं तीसरे दिन बच्चे को भेज
ट्रायल फेस कर लीजिए, आपका एक्विटल हो जाएगा।
बच्चे पहुंच गए।
Why have you not? The wife of the applicant is also in jail, and an appointed query being made from the council.
Now he's literally dictating to his clerk to type down this in order. Go ahead, bro. Let's listen to that again.
ट्रायल फेस कर लीजिए, आपका एक्विटल हो जाएगा।
बच्चे पहुंच गए।
Why have you not? The wife of the applicant is also in jail, and an appointed query being made from the council for the applicant as to why, whether any bail application has been filed on behalf of the wife of the applicant, namely Vimla, who is a co-accused. It is stated that her case is not good, hence the bail application has not been filed on her behalf. It is further stated that the applicant is languishing.
What is this judge talking about, chat? He's not interested in identifying whether he has committed the crime or not. He's just talking about wife is not getting the bail, so husband should not be given a bail. How do you know husband has committed the crime? What are you talking about? Bro, I was depressed today and was feeling lonely because my aunt said, let your father gone or unalive, but I feel since after talking to you, you are a brother to me. Thank you, Putin. I appreciate that. I hope I make you feel better. I did read your emails, by the way. Putin is going through a difficult time. By the way, the other friend that I have that I talked to yesterday has a very similar situation to Putin. I was trying to make him talk to each other on stream, but that guy is also going through very tough times. He's trying to get through the semester, and he has a packed schedule until next month. but like you two are like basically twins. And he also has issues with father. You know, it's kind of difficult. So yeah, I hope, I mean, I take it as a compliment. Watching me is making you feel better, but yeah, like it's all brotherhood here. I hope things get better. So technically a woman from Jharkhand can file 498A, CRPC 125 and DV Act to get maintenance. Women can do that from anywhere, actually. But I think this is a blackmail case. This is not a husband-wife case. This is more of like, there's a victim. There were children who were kidnapped by the wife. And husband was also picked up because they thought he was a party to the crime. When in fact, the advocate is saying that it was only the wife who kidnapped the children. Husband was nowhere involved. It's a criminal case, not really a marital dispute. Jharkhand is a lost cause. Nothing good ever comes out of that place. Exactly. My IQ is 125 and yet I'm not judged nor lied. Thank you, Buddha. I mean, at this point, like, chat, I hate to say it, but the kind of arguments this judge is making, literally any person on the street is more intelligent than him. I mean, at this point, we might as well have dogs and monkeys, you know, sitting over there. Like, what's the point? What's the point of having a brain? There's a crack to this. You need to say before court, may this honorable court kindly address or decide the matter based upon the merit of the said matter. Yeah. I mean, the lawyer is not saying it. Yeah, but he should argue that. Yes. It's Jharkhand. No need to waste your energy here. It will be difficult for him, but he will have to go up the scale to Supreme Court, and this state won't listen. Yeah, this is crazy how dismissive he is. Like, totally pseudo-scientific.
Who is a co-accused, it is stated that her case is not good, hence the bail application has not been filed on her behalf. It is further stated that the applicant is...
He's literally recording that in the judgment. I can't give a bail, case is no good because he didn't apply bail for his criminal wife along with himself. That's why he cannot be granted bail.
Languishing in jail for the last 1 year, and out of 20 witnesses, only 4 prosecution witnesses and the applicant be enlarged. But considering the overall aspect of the matter and the allegations leveled, we are not inclined to intervene and reject it. चलिए टाइम आराम से गाने की बाइक को अंदर बनाए अपने बाहर निकल.
How condescending, chat. How condescending. It is so easy for these judges to sit on their throne and spit on the people beneath them. It's like look at what he's saying. He's so patronizing in the end. Get out of here. You know, trying to be over smart. Don't want to release your criminal wife. Trying to apply for your bail. Get out of here. Like, it's very easy to sit in the position of power and look down upon people. And I think these people really need, like, you know, someday they're going to realize that people are going to be really, really mad. That day is not going to be good for all the people who are above us. It's just about an uprising. Jharkhand is the only state which has interim victim compensation to IPC 498A, so you can imagine how brutal that state is. Really? I knew that they were compensating to file rape cases up to 7 lakhs, but 498A cases, my God, they're trying to boost up the numbers. That's what this whole game is. Incentivize women to file more cases, because if you file more cases, the crime record will look bigger. And if the crime record will look bigger, you can use it to get more funding. And then once you get more funding, because you're still major victims, right? And then you use that funding to repeat the cycle again. Rinse, repeat. But yeah, I think Hyper sent it on Discord. Hyper, thank you for bringing that. But yeah, I think these people need a hard fight, bro. Hard fight. This kind of arrogance, you don't belong there. So anyway, so that was the last reaction. Let's I think we had good stream today, chat. Judges, women and men's skin. Yes, it's like a wolf in a sheep's skin. I can't tell if the judges are covered, fearful. They obey the authority of women because they know that going against women will tarnish their images, but going in their favor, they will be rewarded. You know how when colonials were in charge, people would obey to get the medals and titles? Because the loyalty was rewarded. Loyalty to British. But disloyalty was punished. But I think in this case, it looks more like, because this is not even a marital case, you know, like he could totally go against the woman. It's a criminal case. I think he's intentionally doing it. He really is one of those people who hates his own kind. He seeks the validation of the external group because he thinks it makes him look special. You know? Anyway, it was so hot today. It was so hot. Judges of femcel. Can you really be a femcel as a guy? Shouldn't you be a woman? He's definitely a mangina. That I would agree. These judges need false cases on themselves. Not enough of them get it. If enough of them got it, like let's just say it wiped out 50% of the judiciary with false cases, they would learn tomorrow. But it's just that 1 or 2 of them get it, you know, and the 98 would continue to be as they are. Search for this man-woman myth playlist. Okay, sure, let's take a look at it before we end. And woman myth playlist. You said playlist? Playlist. You talking about this top results, McTow guy? You talk about this? Man woman myth channel intro. What? So it's a playlist. There are a lot of videos here, man. McTow, I'm gonna be honest. If this is the playlist you're talking about, I don't think I can cover all of it. There's a time crunch here. Okay, feminism in a nutshell. Okay, so it's a critique. But okay, I'll put it in the reaction. I don't think I can cover all of it, but in my free time I'll watch a couple of them just to get a gist on it. Okay, here you go. Yep. Okay, so you are talking about that. Okay, cool. So, chat. Thank you so much for joining the stream today. It was fun having Anil. I'm gonna reach out to a few more people. If you would like to see somebody, feel free to send recommendation. Go join the Discord if you're not on Discord. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. You know the drill. And yeah, I'll see you probably next weekend, chat. So, thank you so much for joining me today, and I think it is time for us to end as soon as I find my exit. Alright, chat. See you on the other side. Judges don't get affected by these false cases like normie men, because they have resources to fight these cases and the power which normie can't. You are right, McTow. These people have access to privileges that most men don't. So they're ignorant to our plight. Win says good night. Good night, folks. Thank you for joining me for the stream. Okay, chat, bye. Here's my exit. I'll see you next weekend, most probably. Have a good weekend.